We are back live. Hi. Goal for right now, do a bit of analysis on some perf stuff, not spend the whole day on it, just like check on some things real quick. And yeah, we will go from here because there's like a lot of small stuff we got to do to prepare for the release. All right, let's try. One thing I wanted to look at here. So if I do this, pin is now at 27%. Okay, there's still 10% copy overhead, 15%. So it's like 3x faster, but there's still 15% copy overhead for something that should totally not have that. Yeah. All right. So here's the question, right? I don't know. Let's ask Brock first, just to see if I'm missing anything obvious, and then we'll go to more things thereafter. 10%. Nah, there's no way that it's down this bad, right? Is it like a new? Hmm. Hang on. Let me try one other thing. Does this take an out tensor? No, it doesn't. As the tensor other. Pinned memory would avoid a staging copy. Yeah, I saw like 3x. You need stream. Yeah, so this is still 8.6 GB. That's like, yeah, crazy low. So that's what I'm getting as well. So, I mean, this is bizarre, right? Like, we have a performance now that's like 100th of what we're supposed to be getting. Either of those are going to be very slow, Jason. And we need something recent here. Like, we're getting 100th of... Wait. See, transfer rates... 20 to 50 gigabytes. PCIe. Current is 1. Is this expected? Eh. Why would PCIe be on Gen 1? That seems like suspicious, right? Like there's no way it's like we would notice a way bigger difference. Hang on, let me see if I try this on my local. Current is 4. Okay, wait, no, this is... You know what I should do? Hang on. We should do this. See if we get the same overhead locally. Are we still bottlenecked by copy here? So this runs 5 mil. 15% copy. And this runs 7 mil with 8%, or no, 12% copy. Okay, so I don't know what's up with the PCIe. That reporting must be wrong. Because, yeah, this does not get better. And why is the env 21% here? Why is the env 21%? I must be misreading this. Okay, so wait, it is PCIe. So the 1.8 terabytes is card to card, I guess? Wait, what is the 1.8? Read from or written to GPU's memory. Okay. So I've read this completely wrong. So max PCIe should be 32. I would have expected that to be way more than that. So now we are kind of at a place where this does matter. It sucks that we can't pin this. You can't pin a NumPy tensor, right? No. You make like these raw arrays. Was it self.shared memory? Cut overhead by a factor of 3. There's no way to pin this thing, I think. Like I can technically do this with I might technically be able to do this with the native backend only. But then it wouldn't be multi-process, which is rough. I mean, I am getting up to 4 gigabytes a second, but then it's not in pinned memory, so you have a copy. Hang on, well, there are a few things actually here that are really weird, right? There are like multiple things here that don't add up. Like, first of all, there should not be any substantial env overhead. Oh wait, actually I know what it is. I know what this is. I left a setting. No? I thought that I'd changed to O or something. Pure C args. No, these are good args. Unless I built it with an old version. %32% env time makes no sense. 43, no way. Okay, so this says 7 million. This used to be faster. I'm pretty dang sure. Try like Pong. Okay, so this is the expected number here. And I thought breakout was this fast as well. Okay, so this is what I thought, right? You see? Here we have 50 million steps per second. So we should not be getting way less than that in the Python. Uh-uh. It's especially weird that we have O2. There's like no other jank args that I could see. I mean, unless if it had like F sanitize in it or something, that would screw it up. But I thought that Okay, so here's breakout building. And look at the args that it was built with. BCC with O2. Some includes. This has the binding file. I don't think it's caching. It can't be caching the C source, right? That's so weird. And it's still the same speed, right? This should require 0 memory copies. That's the weird bit. It's like when you call vex step, right? You're not actually like taking any args. This is just a pointer. And then you call C step on this. Like it already has the references to everything in memory. So there should be literally no opportunity for any overhead whatsoever here. But I don't know how it is that it's 10x slower in the Python than it is in the C when it's that thin of a wrapper. I mean, let's just try a couple things. Do some sanity. So this should be slower. Yeah, and that is substantially slower. It's like really slow though. If I go up to 4096, you know, it's saturated, so it's not going to get any better than 7 mil from this. If I just do like this, okay, 9 mil. So there is some overhead with this, but like, it is actually the step function. It's like if I just comment the step function out, right? Oh wait, I wonder if it's logging. Hang on, it's probably logging, right? It might be really dumb if that was what it is. No, it's not logging. Hmm. If I just comment all this, we're just stepping the environment. No like weird Python shenanigans going on down there, right? No, it's just slow somehow. What would be causing that? Like bizarre. CM should just be pointer, right? Just a pointer. Hmm. Can you show your test performance? Yeah. I mean, I did just autocomplete that really quick. I was mostly going off the fact that I've run these before and it was like similar perf to Pong. Also intuitively, like breakout shouldn't be really much slower than Pong, right? I guess it depends how it's implemented. I forget if it checks every brick or not. Oh wait, why did this put 23? This just made up a number. Hang on. It should be %3, not 23. I I don't know if that can do anything though. Okay, so now it should be definitely correct, right? %3. Yeah. $58 million. One of these two tests is wrong, right? Or there's like some weird overhead. The thing that's weird is that I get this with breakout, right? If I run the test on breakout, or I mean on Pong, I should probably copy this demo to Pong, huh? Okay, so we just do Pong and that's not the signature for Pong one bit. I think it's also 3 action space. Okay, so this says 50 million. It's a bit suspicious if it's like showing as faster in Python. Well, it is using a different compiler, but still. Try with GCC. Okay, so there is a big compiler difference. It's slower though with GCC. So it's a bit suspicious, I suppose, then that it is faster in the Python. I don't see how I could have done it wrong though. Oh, well, this is also calling time in a loop, I guess. And rand. Both of these things are batched in the Python one. Does it make sense that breakout should be that fast? How's it implemented? Oh, it's actually kind of suspicious then, isn't it? Because, like, this is doing naively, it's like naively checking every single brick, I'm pretty sure. Min. No, actually it's not. It's actually, it's smartly, like, checking only local collisions. So in that case, then yeah, they should be able to be quite fast. I'd forgotten about that. The original wasn't that smart, but this version actually, it makes sense that this should not be substantially slower than Pong. Might put bet on this. Because I'm trying to think, like, realistically what we could get done today. I mean, unless there's just some, like, screw up here. I don't see how I would be screwing up. Okay, but, like, even if it is 7 million, right? Does the overhead still not make sense even if it is 7 million? I guess it kind of depends. No, that actually could make sense. Let's just do a few other, like, let's not get too hung up on this. Because, like, realistically, we're just kind of looking for anything that we might have missed that's quick to find for this release. Like, we're gonna have all the time in the world after the release to do more stuff on this. We can also just do Pong for now, huh? If we want to, like, really test what we can push here. Would you be available in 10? Yep. Learn is 51% here, huh? I'm screwy. Well, you know what here? Probably we need to do this as well. I'm just trying to see how fast, like, theoretically we can actually get this stuff to run in, like, an ideal case. Okay, so that doesn't like... It doesn't like that one bit. Cool, good to know. Yeah, this has completely killed my terminal. That 8.9 mil? Okay, 63% on learn. And then with breakout, wasn't it lower? Like nothing on learn. Something's got to be different between these two. Oh, max mini batch size. Duh. Huh. 15 mil? Yeah, okay. What if reinforcement learning at 15 million steps per second? I mean, realistically, all we would need is to be able to actually learn from these giant batches. Enva's at 2%. Copy's at 11. How many CUDA cores does the CUDA cores 50. Whole bunch. I think they're the TF32 tensor cores. What you would want. I'm trying to think if there's anything we can actually take out of this, right? Like, technically, I know how we set all these parameters. It's a little tricky, though. I mean, Boxen should be here any second, right? So we can chat with him for a bit. And then figure this out after. If I just do something ridiculous, like if I let you take 500 million steps per second for Pong, can you actually get anything useful out of this? That is actually solving it. That is actually solving it. What? Wait. So can we just say, like, completely screw it and just do like, what? Isn't that, like, kind of insane? This is not even me, like, just playing a prank and using a really dumb network either. Like, I can do this. If I want to be really stupid, right, I can do this and just, like, make it a trivial little network. State hidden equals. Hang on. Like, I can do this. Okay, if I want to just, like, be totally silly. Like, there's 20 million, right? Like, that's with a dumb network that doesn't make any sense. It's still kind of solving slowly, isn't it? Wait, it's actually still solving. Can I do like this and have it just solve? No, you can't. Okay. I mean, still, though, that's nuts. Like, the fact you can do this at all. Boxen, are you there? Is this a bot? The only thing practical I can take from this, I guess, is that we should sweep higher mini batch sizes. Let me actually play with Neural MMO3 until Boxen's here. Okay, we'll have to fix the UI so it doesn't glitch like that. But that's 500k. Mostly learn bound. Not much faster, right? I thought we had like really fast training on grid. The grid's 700. But I seem to recall... Yeah, that's with a stupid mini batch size. Like, if I just do this... Okay, a grid hits 2.5 million. With, like, actually a reasonable size policy. And then this is 4096x2 M's. So like this 32K should even be fine. I guess, is it the batch size that needs to be bigger? Like if I do this. It doesn't really help a ton. It's really weird how, like, some of these operations that should be similar flops are just, like, 5x faster. Like, neural MMO can definitely go several times faster than this. If we can just, like, get the perf out of the GPUs. That is worth doing. I'm pretty convinced it's possible at this point. Like, literally, if I just did this, can I just do, like, policy? Hey, Boxen, you ready? Hop in Discord if you're available for that. And don't mind being on stream. How's it going?
Hey. Hey, good, thank you.
We just got Pong to train 500 billion steps in 35 seconds.
Okay.
It actually solves it too.
That's pretty absurd. So how much is that per second?
15 million.
What was the
Really big batch sizes. So it turns out, I think that the two big bottlenecks at the moment for standard networks is you just need bigger batch sizes to saturate, and we need to figure out CUDA overhead. I don't know. I think that the best thing is I'm just gonna like get some fun little optimizations and a few cool demos for this release, and then I'm gonna like go act like a monk for a month and just study algorithms in the warehouse here, and figure out how to like get us some new algorithmic gains, and then probably after that it'll come back around to like just optimize the hell out of perf. We'll see.
Is it because most of the batch just goes into the GPU for the algorithm computations?
It's CUDA parallelism. Like they're a pretty small network, so you actually need very large batches to saturate the GPU.
Okay,
And like,
that's
yeah,
quite exciting.
I can actually tell just looking at some of the results that I have though that like as fast as PufferLib is, I think we can make it several times faster.
That's pretty exciting.
Like, and then we haven't even touched distributed data parallel yet, because like I just ordered the 2 tiny boxes. So like, imagine we just we get this several times faster, and then we have like neural MMO 3 train at 10 million steps per second or something like that, and we can train like a trillion time step runs in a day or two. That'd be something.
That would be so good for all the ablations and
I
running
think
all
we
the
could just
systems.
like, that's probably bigger scale training steps wise than like Dota at that point. Like,
You reckon how many steps per second it was training or something? Like they were using distributed
yeah, but they were
architecture, right?
training. They had like 1,000 GPUs, but like it was slow. So, I don't know. Food for thought. Anyways, how can I help you?
Yeah, okay, so two things I wanted to talk about. The first thing is PR. So I've improved my env
Hmm.
and I'm ready to PR, but I tried to merge with the latest dev stuff. I think you've seen the message go through on Discord. Basically, it wasn't working for me. So I had to go back on a stable dev branch now. My question is, how can I still contribute if I'm not on the latest dev branch?
If you're PRing to like the dev branch, it's kind of my fault if stuff doesn't work. Let me
Well,
see.
okay. Because the thing is that it worked on yours, it worked on Bet, like he tried to help me on Discord, but on me, it's not, I can tell where it's blocking because I've tried to debug, but I don't understand why. It's
Mhm.
basically blocking into the multiprocessing class, into the receive function. There is no ready workers, and all the evs are either just blocked there or like super slow. I mean, training at like 1K steps per second.
Hmm. Okay, let's see what we have here. Which PR?
Oh, sorry. So I ended up not doing it because
Okay.
I wanted to ask you the question like how to do it if I'm not on the latest commit.
You would just PR it to dev and then make it my job to copy the files over once I fix all the crazy things I'm doing with the release branch. You kind of are doing this at a
Oh,
little bit of a unique time. Like the absolute hardest time to PR stuff is in the few weeks leading up to release. Because what tends to
mhm.
happen is before every release, I will just like slice and dice the entire code base. And basically what that is me going through like all the accumulated bad decisions that I've made over the last 6 months and just like really trying to simplify stuff so that the release version of the code is really simple and easy to follow. Um, so like I've rewritten the whole trainer like 4 times in the last week, and
Gotcha.
yeah,
Okay.
and also this one's
So-
particularly bad because like we're shipping CUDA and there's like extra jank from that, so.
Okay. So okay, got you. Well, I'm not in a hurry or anything. So you know what? I think it'll be best if I just wait for the release and I'll be
But we
back
want to get it
on
into the
that.
release.
You do? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then I'll just yeah, I'll just PR in the meantime now. It'll take
Mhm.
me 2 seconds.
Yeah, PR, and I'll take a quick look at it, right?
Okay.
And let's see if I can help you right now. And then if not, then we'll wait until I get it stable in a day or two, or more stable, and then
Okay.
we'll go from there.
Okay. So just give me a second for me to make the PR. Okay, so it should be done. It says has conflicts and shit. Probably quite messy, but
Let's see what you changed. CPR. You should definitely change this to like just be like common resource or something. Um, because everyone's gonna think that this is like the like chest compression env or whatever.
oh yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I think you actually told me the same last time. I'll make it sure to do it next one.
And this is Python version, yeah? It's fine. We got grid.h. Looks like you have a few just like, or a hard-coded map.
Yeah, for because now my env resets quite a bit more often, so I just wanted to make sure that the reset was faster.
What's this?
Um,
Why are there changes to sweep?
oh yes, sweep weren't working with scale stuff, so but it's probably just on my current
You
dev
should
version.
generally, the
So
one thing you should try to avoid doing is modifying like any of my core stuff when you're
okay,
doing when you're PRing things. Because like this, I don't know if you break my sweeps doing this.
mm,
Yeah, can you take this one file out of the PR?
yep.
And if you just do
Do
that, then I can merge it.
okay. Do I need to close the PR to and open a new one without it, or is it possible to just remove it?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea.
Okay, so
I'm gonna be
let me
honest
see.
with you here. I have no idea.
Okay,
I don't have to deal with this stuff because it's my own repo, and I'm like always just merging my own code.
well, I'll do it this way. I'll close it and I'll open a new one.
This is totally true, but 2 days off is too much. PR you have, or you're still figuring out?
I'm still figuring out because I actually changed it in all the commits, so I think I just is it okay if I basically just copy paste the current sweep file, or is it gonna be too messy?
Yeah, you can do whatever. If you paste the current sweep, the diff should go away.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so this is what I was expecting here. With the same LSTM, but a flat encoder policy, Neural MMO 3 trains at 1.2 million steps per second without any other changes.
That's a lot.
So I think that there's got to be something to. I don't know if it's the comms or what, but something needs to be optimized there for sure. How slow are comms supposed to be? I guess it's kind of an expensive operation, right? Comms are more than just like, it's more flops than params by a lot. But that doesn't even make sense because we have comms on the maze and the maze runs 2.5 million.
Maybe the size is just smaller, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. It definitely has fewer input channels. Million step per second neural MMO would be awesome. I do need the comms though. Guess this is 32 channels. Okay, the comms were eating a fair bit of it looks like.
So I don't know why. Literally using the exact same version that you have, and it still appears in a PR.
It still appears. Well, is it the
Yeah,
same? Does it show a diff?
yeah, and it's definitely something I haven't changed. There's actually one only one thing that I changed a long time ago. I think it was an if statement on scale.
Okay, I
But
can
then,
just merge that then for you, for no worries. Um,
yeah, I'm sorry, it's quite messy, but
that's okay. Give me 1 second to finish this thought. Go 900K. Let's merge your thing for now.
okay, yeah, I made a new one.
Alright.
So it shows changed, but that's stuff that you've done definitely because I haven't. Yeah, all the init stuff, that's not stuff I've done, and I just copied exactly the same file. So.
Hmm. I haven't seen that happen before.
The only thing I'm not so sure is that if you scroll down, you have a in my PR, I think they show an if statement at some point. But
Trying to see if you'd put tabs or something, but no. Hmm.
yeah, this line 59. That might be the only thing that
15 not.
changes.
I mean, I'm gonna keep the release version anyways, so like it's fine. We'll just merge this.
Okay.
Um, very weird.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't push my ini files, right?
No, you can push this one. It's just misnamed because we prefix everything with puffer. So I changed it from CPR to puffer CPR. Fine. And then this is your stable version, so we'll keep your config, I guess, if it trains.
Well, the thing is that that's my config on the CPU, right? So it's probably very different from what you
Well,
would
yeah,
use.
but we still need, like, we still don't have one that actually trains well, right?
Yeah.
Which would be a good thing to have.
So that one trains well in the sense that it's really learning to eat everything, but I've added like a lot of new features in the environment. It's still not able to manage to farm the resources and stay alive over a long time.
So this N I added. There's so many of these. Oh, this is just the log changes, fine. So much stuff. Here's shouldn't it reset the log here?
Oh, so what I did is I added just one log per env instead of having one log per agent.
Fine.
So because it's like a teamwork basically, I just made it easier. It's weird that one didn't go through because I fixed it's just a
Bit log.
it's just a typo. Yeah, it's a typo in the .h. I fixed it, so that's your mind.
Okay, so this is where I wanted to do, it's easier if things are divisible, our powers are 2 or divisible at least by like 256 or 128 with the new kernels.
Okay.
You can do it without, like, if you really need to, but it's just easier. So these batches are just tiny. Hey, that guy, how's it going? I've been told box 7 has not been good for a few days. I think the plan is going to be to... I'll get it rebooted on Monday, but we're slowly going to ship all the boxes over. We also are getting 2 tiny boxes. I don't know if those will help with Pokemon because you're core bound, unless it's like... Unless you have a way to like massively scale up the policy. But I think we would have to wait until we do more puffer algorithm style stuff. A week or 2? Well, I mean, if there's a hardware issue, is there a hardware issue with the thing? Does it need to go to main gear? I see it's been down since May 3rd, the 1 week. Bizarro. Do you know why? Because it matters if there's a hardware issue versus anything else. The boxes all just go behind me on the racks over here now.
This is America. Nice life. Nice life.
Thank you.
Yeah, that guy, exactly right.
Not a boxing gym. There's no... I mean, I've got...
You really should put a ring out there.
I don't do any martial arts type training. I would enjoy it a lot, to be honest, but like, I don't know. I would only really enjoy striking martial arts. I wouldn't do like jiu-jitsu or anything. And like concussion risk is just stupid.
Yeah, so see what happened. So, okay, maybe it's something to do in my code, I don't know, but what's happening right now, like not training, this is exactly what happened to me. Um, hmm.
Okay, so it is not my fault. Cool. I will, I'll have that rebooted on Monday. We just have 3 pieces of equipment here so far. There is more arriving on Monday, and then more arriving after that later in the week. And then Tiny Box is arriving in a couple weeks. Okay, this thing just doesn't run. Num M's times num agents. 512 times 8. 34096. 2.
Okay, Okay, so maybe I'm thinking I just fucked something up because this is exactly what happens to me in the latest dev branch. So can you try out quickly, like break out Pong or something, just to make sure I haven't fucked everything up?
15 milstep per second Pong. This is probably compiling kernel. I want to use one to stream Pokemon. To stream Pokemon. Back-end server boxes. If you're just streaming inference, that's like massively overpowered for just streaming inference, right? Streaming training. Well, I'll let you use one of them, but not if it's gonna be like, if you're gonna like have the hardware sitting at like 10% GPU utilization though, right? Like, cause you're gonna get CPU bound so damn fast. It's 32 cores for 6 GPUs. Yes, we bought 2 of them. They will be arriving in like 2 weeks. They have 64090s apiece. So we're doubling the number of GPUs we have. I bought those because I have no idea when the tariffs are going to come down on the other boxes. So I figured I would just like get something for now so that we have something. No, I can get the small CPU only boxes I can get. I gotta talk to Linky because he sent a thing and then I couldn't find the boxes to like to where to buy them. But yeah, we will get like that server rack that's back there. Yeah, over there. We will be able to put some like little CPU machines into. I just need to know like where to actually go click buy on a thing of those, and I'll get some. Experiments with larger batch sizes. Yes, but you're hard bound by CPU. So unless you figure out a way that actually like can effectively leverage 100 million parameter networks or something, you're still gonna be CPU bound. So from my testing so far, I'm skeptical of off policy, like in general. Vtrace does not work from my tests. Like, just something like I don't think any of the off policy correction things actually work. It would have to be like a complete restructuring. Yeah, like you'd have to completely restructure. So I actually have an algorithm dev block where I'm looking at this stuff after the release, where I'm going to spend like a month on this stuff. But I think I'm going to be looking at more than just off policy there. That is going to be one component. Okay, so this runs. And for some reason this doesn't.
I just double checked, actually runs on mine, so I know that's weird.
Yeah, also that guy, like, off policy does not let you just infinitely scale hardware either. You're still very strongly constrained by data. Generating data while training epoch is going. The problem is you're not going to just be like off by a factor of 2. Like, yes, technically if training takes about as long as inference, for instance, like you can still be doing rollouts while you're doing, but like you're going to be off by a massive factor with Pokemon. Because you're only going to be able to generate like, let's say 20, 30,000 steps a second on 32 cores, right? and you have 6 4090s to sat. Like, the only thing I know that can saturate that at this point would be, like, neural MMO. Because 32 cores, env runs at, like, 1.5 million steps a second a core. I can saturate that all day. I can make neural MMO train, depending how well I optimize, anywhere from, like, 3 to 10 million steps per second. 32 cores, 6 4090s per box, and we've got 2 of them. So they're mostly very good for 6's weight. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I mean. So you have to either have fast env, scalable network, or GPU, like accelerated env. Like, you need one of those things. Which is why I would have preferred to have bought, like, I would have preferred to buy one of those boxes and, like, 6 extra desktops. But the desktops were over 7 grand last I got quoted. And I think they've probably gone up. I don't really see a reason to do that, right? I don't really see a reason to do, like, LLM plays Pokemon. It's kind of just the dumb, trendy thing to do right now. Hi, we got some eyes on the Pokemon project, though, from that. I think you saw this. That was funny as hell.
The Google guys, right? They said
Oh
they
man,
were.
we pissed off a few of them. It was funny. Where'd they
Yeah, I
go?
saw that. That was fun.
Yeah. This was funny. Who would win? All of Google or one puffer? Eat Google. Yeah, this thing is just not running, so what's up with that?
So when I was pulling the latest
Hey,
def
Plasma.
branch, I saw it was basically stuck into the vector file.
Okay, so if I
Basically, there
do
was no.
serial,
Hmm.
well, there's your problem. Your env is seg faulting.
Okay, so something must be happening because it's running there on mine. So something must be happening with. Hmm.
So this is one of the really, well, I guess it doesn't help that much with seg faults specifically, because we still haven't figured out compile settings for this. Though we actually can set breakpoints in Python with the new bindings and have them like drop into the C, which is pretty useful.
But how is it possible that the env runs in C when I'm just testing it without, raw, without any policy or anything, and it's seg faulting this way?
Well, you're using it differently, right? Like the C just demo just makes one env. There are a whole bunch of extra places with what the Python does that you can seg fault stuff. Can't you run with GDB and get a backtrace? Not really with Python. Why we have the new bindings.
Okay, well, actually, it means that the latest def branch stuff's doing something that makes the env crash. So I guess that's at least I got a good direction to look into.
I can technically do this. I don't think it'll do anything though. I've kind of looked at their debugging before, and I've kind of just been eh. No module named NumPy, really? There we go. Oh. Huh. Somehow this is actually giving me something here. Cool. I guess I was wrong. Would this not have gotten allocated somehow? Yeah, it probably gets allocated in like...
Yeah, but the foods get allocated in the creation of the
Unintentional free is really rare with these PufferMs. It's way more common we just don't free anything. Hmm. A couple things. Sure thing, Plasma. We are just hanging out in the Discord, so you can jump in there. Niche CCPR. Let's get called.
Yeah, this should. Yeah, that's the one that should be getting called.
I was looking to see if you didn't set this or this. Looks like you do, though. It's allocating.
You know, it's running really fine on mine. That's weird. And this part is exactly the same. How much is the vision in your ini file? Should be 3.
Yep. I changed num agents to 8.
Okay, let me try with 8 on my end. Oh, okay, it's not. Okay, it's not training anymore when I change it to 8. Oh damn. Really, I'm sorry. Should have got that.
Is there an 8 hard-coded somewhere? Or is there a 12 agents?
I don't. Hopefully not.
Yeah, I don't see 12 hard-coded anywhere. And this worked before, so I didn't suspect anything. Like, when I'd train it with 8, it was fine before.
Yeah.
I mean, I can make it work with 12, you just end up with, like, annoying batching, like, mildly annoying batching. And it
No, but I
shouldn't
mean,
just segfault.
something's definitely wrong on my end, for sure. So I'd better fix
Okay.
that.
Well, you can take a look at that, and then I will come back, and we can run some sweeps. I don't know what that is. It's weird that that thing isn't allocated.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I'll fix that on my end.
Fair enough.
Just another quick stuff I wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
I've done some research into exploration stuff, and I've tried to use PufferLib. Like, how would you? So I've tried to implement some papers in exploration. I know try some stuff as well. Like, how would that work for me to contribute on that end? So, for instance, let's say I implement a paper and I don't know, results are either bad or good. Maybe we can exchange that, or
Yeah. So we do actively want to be doing research on this stuff. The problem is most published methods are just wrong. Or they're slow, or they're like some gotchas, or they only work in like a small fraction of M's. I couldn't get E3B to work at all, and it's slow. I don't think really any like the random network methods make much sense at all, and they're also like they also cost extra. Diane, some of the Diane stuff that's in the dev branch, is actually quite promising. I'm taking it out for release, but that's not because we're killing it. It's just because it's not currently doing anything, so we only want the good, for like the good stuff in the current version. So there is room for an exploration algorithm of some type, but the bar for like thing just becomes puffer default is probably like, yeah, this is just generally good across all or almost all the M's. And if there's any sort of speed to penalty, it's worth it. So it's tough.
okay. What do you think if So I try to do my stuff on my own. If I find anything that's great, I'll just ping you, obviously.
Yeah. Well, what
But
you would
for
do is
everything that I've,
you would just have your version, your fork of PufferLib, right?
yeah,
And you just
yeah,
implement stuff in there. It's meant to be like Puffer is very it's like a very flat code structure, so it's like it's supposed to be really easy to just hack new methods into it without having to like think too much about a bunch of moving parts. Um, and then really what you want to do is you just want to see, does this thing actually consistently make a difference across all M's? I think generally with Puffer, when you hit on something good that like hits the bar, the cool thing is it's very obvious. Like with Muon, it was super obvious, right? It was like a night and day with just ease of tuning and hyperparam sensitivity and all of that. So it's like we're kind of looking for stuff like that.
okay. And what do you think about like, would you want to keep a list of things that didn't work? So, if I tried something or maybe you tried
Well,
something, uh,
I can tell you what I tried that I couldn't get to work, right? I tried
yeah,
E3B. I think I
and then
messed a little bit with R&D, but I didn't really try that hard. I messed with Diane quite a bit, and it seemed promising in some ways, but I couldn't get like a general performance boost out of it. Diane type stuff is pretty promising. Um, yeah, generally like it's tough because exploration is an area where like a lot of the research really isn't defining the problem correctly, and
mm,
like they just or like they test on not great M's. The M that we have that's really good for testing this stuff is the maze environment.
yeah, that's exactly the one I've been testing
Yeah,
with.
it's really
That's
good
why,
for that.
yeah,
And if you've seen some of the policies we've trained lately, we have the best maze solving agents by a mile, at least as far as I've ever seen in RL. Um, and it was just like our advantage filtering stuff is really good because you kind of just throw out all the bad training segments, and you have like this prioritized replay thing, and that's like really, really, really effective. So it's like, ironically, that's been the best thing so far.
mm. Well, I think exploration has to do either one or two things. One, it either just finds a better policy in the limit, or it just enables you to obtain the maximum score faster. It's like one
Well,
of the two, right?
you have to have some sort of definition of what exploration is supposed to be. Like in my mind, it should be like seek out uncertain regions when you're not making progress or something like that, right? So it's like if you don't know what to do, go try stuff. You would hope that it would be
Mm.
something like that. Like,
But the thing is, it's quite hard to define not knowing what to do. Like, imagine you have a very simple amp where, you know,
go.
the first step you get a nice reward, but then
Mhm.
there's like a hidden reward, like 1,000 steps further, and your agent might never seen it because just he's like, okay,
Well, it's
I'm
when your
just
average
getting
reward
it.
plateaus, right? You should be able to see that your value loss is very low. You have very low surprisal, right? Your policy loss is very low. The policy is very stable. It's kind of just like you don't know what to do anymore to do any better. That's when you should start trying stuff. But then trying stuff doesn't just mean taking random actions either, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I have a specific idea about that. Like, I think it has to do with, like, if you're talking about like world model, like the way you would explore is that you have a distribution in mind into how things should evolve, like into the next state transition probabilities. Like, you have an expectation of this, and when something doesn't match that expectation, this is
Yeah.
when you're probably wrong about it. But then it means, like, this definition is very intuitive, but then it means that you need a world model, which is, I mean, you know, it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Well, I mean, there's stuff like this with like, I mean, as old as like the intrinsic curiosity module or whatever, ICM. There are
Yeah.
like a lot of methods that are kind of adjacent, and just none of them have worked all that well. Hmm.
I was wondering if it wasn't because of the world model stuff that, I mean, if your world model is kind of shitty, you might have the best exploration module or curiosity-based module. It's not gonna work, right? And I think world model, like basically model-based RL, has been quite shitty, from what I can say.
It's tough because
Um,
like people are saying Dreamer is working on a lot of stuff now, but like if it is working, it's not working for any of the reasons listed in the paper, because we have a NeurIPS paper on that. It was shit. So yeah, I don't really know.
Because I've actually the one I've been there are two papers I've been experimenting with. The one is the ICA module, and the second one is some sort of curiosity-based module added to the PPO algorithm. And I think there might be something there, but so far what I can say is just it basically adds another network on top of it, so it just slows everything down too much to be
Yeah,
worth
it's
it.
annoying.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
tough.
well, yeah, I'll keep looking into that direction. I'll fix that stuff into my env, and I'll come back to you.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cool.
Ciao.
Where's Plasma? You here? Yes, Plasma is out for a second. I will be I'll be back in a minute. A couple quick steps in. And grab a drink. And then either he will be back or we will do more optimization on stuff. All right. Okay, Plasma's not here, so we will keep doing a little bit of perf optim on neural MMO until he shows up. This is a pretty weird result. We're still not close to matching though, right? Like, if I do this, why don't we get like 2.5 mil? Oh, hang on. This is actually really close, right? So like if I do 64 Horizon or whatever, probably gets that auto, huh? Like 16% copy. 1632. Oh, hang on. We need to change some things. Make the comparisons fair. Oh wait, this doesn't have an RNN. This is just... Okay, so this is closer to comparable. So it's 9% M, 26 forward. The 2.2 mil parameter. Okay, forward is like close here. There is this extra copy overhead. 15%. 16 forward, 32 learn. Percentages are actually pretty similar. So is it just the copy overhead? It would be pretty close. Percent. Still a little off, but they're pretty close. And then what is it? It's 4096 by 2. I mean, this is virtually the same at this point. So then from 1.8, we go to here, and we lose like half of it. Yeah. We lose half of our speed with a few conv layers. I guess there's this big one hot as well. Probably that, to be fair. This is pretty annoying. I mean, maybe there's like... There could be some optimizations. At least I know now what's happening. I'm kind of happy with that for now. Like, to at least know what's happening. the bot. Like this, maybe. Yeah, that's a decent compromise. 128 still gets you 700K. Like, not a totally trivial conf. We can sweep this as well. And then we set compile true now. Okay, so somehow we're running out of... The heck happened? Compute capability not supported. Seem weird. Bizarre. Compute capability not supported would be very weird. Do we get anything out of B-float even though it's like nerfed or whatever? Literally slower. Hey, Plasma. You're good. I'm actually interested to see how this runs. Let me see if I run this real quick. Just what happens. this on a box 0. -1 fly, -1 stink bug. Maybe. I just want to get a neural MMO run going. I'm trying to think how we should do sweeps and stuff in general, like with the batch sizes of everything. Why is this 4.2 mil per amps? That seems off, right? Wait, what? I'm very confused. The 3.4 mil. That's 3.4 mil. Yeah, so there's like major differences here on between the two cards. It's just like way slower. Hey, Plasma. I think it's pretty weird. Like the I guess I just queue it up on Upper Max maybe. Well, they're like major performance differences between chips in like a way that seems like it's like batch size or caching or some shenanigans. Very weird. I'm actually, hang on, let me go find what the original params were. No, you know what, let's just help you first. Jump in the Discord. Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. Um, I think I'm almost done with the voids.
Mm-hmm.
Like um I got the I can like the actions work. The observations are coming up, I think. Now I'm basically just, I guess, trying to train it and see how it
Mm-hmm.
goes. I need to still adjust like the rewards and stuff like that. Um, but basically, um, when I try to train, it like I basically updated yesterday to the newest dev
Mm-hmm.
branch and I rebased it. And when I try to train, it I get to the like you have some slices stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, incorrectly set up environment. Yeah, but basically, um, I have like I run into this problem in clean PufferRL
You get stuck on
where
slices not hashable.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that's
And
fixed in a
that's
release.
probably
That's fixed in a release branch. That is a
yeah.
Python 3.11 issue. It works in 3.12 on that as
Ah,
well. So the
okay.
Python devs decided that slices shouldn't be hashable, and then they changed their mind. So,
Okay, yeah, I'm on 3.11, so I should switch to 3.12.
mm-hmm. Either switch to
Okay.
3.12 or it's fixed in the release branch.
Yeah, I can just switch to 3.12. It's not what's the release? So, what's the difference between the dev and the release? Like, is the release branch
So
um
main, like the 2.0 is the stable one.
right,
The dev
right.
one is where I do all my crazy things.
Mm-hmm.
And then the release branch is now where I'm doing all the really crazy things, where it's like, okay, if you want it to be even more janky than dev, but you want to be up to date with all this, like the hacks I'm doing to really get
Mm-hmm.
this thing ready for release, like there's absolutely no promises that stuff won't change constantly there for the next
Yeah,
couple weeks, because the thing is, like, I'm really just slicing and dicing everything to get the code into a good state for release.
right.
We are now at like 1,000 lines, or I think without the space is like 900 lines for the whole demo plus clean puff RL in release. Um,
Nice.
so I'm just like trying to make everything super compact and simple and easy to follow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and do you guys have any like testing things you guys are doing or
The
like,
only thing that we
it's
actually have tests for, it's not even really applicable. Like there's some stuff in
mhm.
emulation that's kind of janky that we have tests for, but we really don't do a ton of like CI type automated testing. Uh,
Yeah,
it's mostly like the test is, can you train the M's? Because
right.
there aren't any better tests you can write than do the M's train
Yeah.
or like end to
Yeah,
end.
that's yeah, 'cause like in RL, I don't know how you would like write test. You can't really.
I mean, you could totally write like standard tests on all the software components, but it's just, it's really
Yeah.
not my style because like
Mhm.
I don't like to have like these like nice clean modules where everything is separated and does its own thing and is tested. Like I slice and dice stuff constantly, and like my biggest priority is
Mhm.
keeping everything as simple as as it could possibly be. So like if I can redefine like what is like what is interacting with what and in a way that will make stuff simpler, I will always do that. Um,
Right.
like it's basically the tests are just more work. They would be more work to maintain than they would be worth with the way that I
Yes.
do stuff.
Yeah, because from what I'm hearing, you basically want your code to be as easy, like as malleable as possible,
Yep.
like as easily malleable as possible. And
So
tests,
yeah.
you kind of like set the code concretely, like they kind of,
hmm The
make sure
way
the code is,
the way I call it is like I say that I write white box software. So like the goal is not that you have
Mhm.
clean API boundaries and you just read the
uh,
docs. The goal is that you have like this possible easiest to follow thing that is just
hmm
infinitely hackable. And also
yeah.
very quick to like prototype new stuff on.
Oh
And those are
yeah,
two
that
very
sounds
different
kind of
goals.
like it sounds very much like uh Raylib's approach.
Yeah, and Raylib is my favorite, probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite library. So
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so I'm basically just having, I guess, training issues. So I switched to 312. Let's see if that fixes it. Python setup.py build extensions. Yeah, I'm gonna recompile the envs. So, just to get back on like the branches thing, what would you recommend I develop Boids on? Like, what should be my base
what branch you on now?
dev?
Just finish it there, and then
hmm
like probably by some point next week, we'll have release get merged back into dev with
hmm
like but stable this time. And then we can like do all the changes we need because I want to have this env in the release. I want to have CPR in the release. I basically want all the new M's stable and training in the release
hmm
possible.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So I'm just gonna
Yep.
stay on dev and rebase um you called it release
hmm
merges.
Sounds good.
Okay. Let me see if demo.py dash dash env void dash dash mode train. Okay. Let's see if it trains. Okay. CUDA unknown error. This might be to incorrectly set up environment. Who is hmm. Is
You
this
have an
my
error for me?
CUDA? Yeah, I can share screens, so it'll probably be easier for you to actually see what's happening on my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so right now I'm getting a CUDA error. Um, and this back goes all the way back to make classifier, policy make policy, and then policy arg this. I think right now what's happening is something like CUDA is not working well. Changing
Does
CUDA
NVIDIA
visible.
SMI run?
Yeah, let's do NVIDIA SMI. Run, you said? So like
No,
this?
no, you're good.
Oh, just is yeah.
Let me think.
Um,
Let me check. This is dev branch, yeah.
yeah.
I don't
Oh,
think any of the really jank stuff that should cause that is in the dev branch is the thing.
I don't know. Let's see. I'm just shooting my shot. No. Yeah, that doesn't work. Um,
Like I don't
this
think that I
maybe.
did like there is stuff that would cause that, but it shouldn't be in the dev branch. Yeah, no, it's
Where's
not
the
there, man.
CUDA? Okay, interesting.
Do you have CUDA
So
dev?
CUDA dev. What is that? CUDA like
Like are you in a
this?
container or where are you?
No, I'm just on Linux. I'm just my
So you installed CUDA, right? At some point?
Yes, I've CUDA. I should have the what was it like the CUDA compiler and what was it called? CUDA compiler. Uh, What's the name of it? Name. There's
MVCC.
NVCC. Yeah.
Well, there's
Yeah.
like the only thing I'm not sure. Did this work before?
Yeah. This is actually a new error. Before I got that slice error, now I'm getting this error.
So the thing is, I don't know. Oh, you're on 11.8. Okay, you're on an old.
Yeah, because I'm on a 1080.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
the one thing I'm not sure then is because like the new, some of the new stuff in Puffer, we have we have we have a CUDA kernel that ships,
Right.
and I'm fixing this so that there will be a CPU fallback. But at the moment, if you want to compile that kernel,
Yeah.
you need not just the CUDA runtime, you actually
I
need
can
CUDA
just do
dev.
that now. All right.
So
I'll
I
do
like
this
the
for
thing is I
now.
don't actually know what you have installed because I know how when I set it up
Mhm.
on a container, it's just the difference of having your base Docker image be their CUDA runtime or their CUDA like dev version. You can see it in like the latest Docker,
Mhm.
but I think that that's probably the issue for you.
Okay. No. Oh well. Still, even on CPU. Wow. So
Well,
it got
it's probably just trying to compile the kernel anyways, honestly.
yeah,
There isn't a
maybe.
fallback. Like I haven't added the fallback in
Okay.
yet. So like again, this
So.
is just like this is stuff because we're like a few weeks from release,
Mhm.
right? And I've done all these new things, but like I haven't added the fallbacks yet. So what should happen is if you don't have CUDA dev, what should happen is it should compile the CPU version of it, and then that one operation will just run the CPU version. But there's no fallback now, so it just errors.
I mean, technically, I do have NVCC. I guess what do you mean by CUDA dev? Do you mean CUDA dev tools? I
Yeah.
should have it. Um, let's see. I should have CUDA dev tools actually. I mean, I have
What's it? I mean, what is
NVCC.
it
I
called?
have
It's like CUDA developer. CUDA compiler
um
version. I guess if you have NVC.
NVCC. I do have it right here.
Okay, so
This
like,
is, I think.
hang on, then let's scroll up. Let's see.
Let's see. So
Yeah.
train, right?
Oh, it gets to eval.
Uh,
That's weird.
yeah. Why is it eval?
Yeah, it gets to eval then. So that's weird then that it gets there.
Yeah.
Can you do with the traceback? Like, there's a flag that it gives you. CUDA unknown error.
Uh,
Wait, this may be setting.
Change env after program start setting variable.
If you
Easy.
like import torch, is CUDA available?
Yeah, let's see. I can just import torch dot what's called is.
It's
There's a name.
torch.cuda.is
Oh,
available. Is underscore available.
okay. CUDA dot is underscore
Cood.
available like this.
Cood.
Could, yeah.
False. There you go.
False. Okay. Then something is wrong with my torch.
Hmm.
Okay.
You might just have to
Now that makes sense.
if you just reinstalled stuff, you might have to reboot it or something. I don't know.
Because I just UV pip
Okay.
installed. I can try. Oh, it's because I'm on. Give me a second. Let me see if I start a new shell. Yeah, this was deactivate. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing. Okay. It's my Python. Good. Let's try this. Import torch. Torch.cuda. Is available. No. Okay. Uh, I mean, it, I do have NVIDIA. I guess this is just a PyTorch issue. Um, and I do have NVCC, but okay. Well, okay. At least it's not a PufferLib issue, and I got rid of that slice error. So
Yep. So that
that's
should be
solved.
decent
Yeah.
for you. And then in
Yeah.
a few days we'll have this. And I think
Mhm.
it'll be pretty cool to have these to have this env doing like stuff to have
Mhm.
just puffers going everywhere. It'll be fun.
You know what I feel like will be cool is to have this env on the website and then allow people to kind of interactively add obstacles and stuff.
Yeah, interact with the puffers. There's stuff you could do like that
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, that would be fun. But yeah, I think yeah, I'll continue debugging the thing, the the torch thing, that's not a PufferLib issue. So
At some point, I'm gonna allow myself to go have some fun and build some M's instead of just like relentlessly
mhm,
optimizing the hell out of stuff and
yeah,
like banging my head against research. But
yeah,
for now, we have reinforcement learning to fix, and things must be fast. That
yeah,
Pong
yeah,
thing right there actually gives me a ton of hope that like
yeah.
we can probably make a lot of the stuff in Pupper just run substantially faster.
Yeah, I mean, we can like um I think though what's important is not just going straight away and trying to vectorize, for example, like the envs or something like that. I would first just look at where are the hard paths, like code paths, and optimize those,
Well,
and like put most of the effort into those.
it's all like the we get torch bound now is the thing. So it's like it's torch
Yes.
device transfer and torch, but the thing is I don't know if like there's weird stuff where like differences to batch size matter more than they should, and like certain networks that should be similar in flop count are like way slower than other networks. So I think that there's just like something with the kernels being generated,
Yeah,
and
with torch compile.
well, because torch compile doesn't
Uh,
freaking work. Like it just doesn't do
Also,
stuff.
I would look into, so do you know Lightning, PyTorch Lightning?
Yep.
Um, the the like the kind of company that spun out of it, um, has their own like PyTorch compiler.
Oh jeez.
And
I
it's yeah,
do I want to
it's
look at that? Like Lightning is like the classic bad PyTorch library. Like
is it? I don't know.
it's like the
Library.
it's like the wrapper of PyTorch because PyTorch was too low level for companies that don't know how to code. Like literally.
That's so,
Or
dude.
Keras.
But I mean,
Keras before that, right? Keras is the one for
yes,
TensorFlow.
Keras.
So it's the Keras
Yes,
for it's like the
it
Keras for
is.
Torch. It's
It
just
is.
like bad dumb software for people who can't code.
But that's the thing. Like, Keras was a good starting point. At least for me, that's how I started doing machine learning. Is I started with Keras because I did not know how to, do all the math stuff.
Oh
But
man, lucky you. I started freaking trying to like implement conv backward
TensorFlow
pass in
one.
MATLAB. No, I wish it was TensorFlow 1. It was that, and then it was Cafe 1, if you ever used Cafe 1. And then it
No, I
was
don't. I don't do
TensorFlow
that.
1. Yeah, Cafe 1, where you have to like, you suffer forever to get it to work, and then you write god-awful schema files. Alright, and then after that it was TensorFlow 1, which made absolutely no bloody sense. Okay, and then it was like PyTorch Super Beta version, which was where I got my
Uh-huh.
first paper. And then after that, then we finally got things that sometimes work, but actually still today, none of the deep learning frameworks really work at all.
I guess,
Ugh.
yeah. I mean, I did, yeah. I guess I got lucky in the sense of like I didn't have to implement my own thing from scratch in the beginning, but I did, eventually. I think most people who are into machine learning implemented their own like tensor library
Yeah.
at some
We have one
point.
in Puffer for inference. We have
Yeah,
puffernet.h.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna give you. You don't have to look at it, but if you feel like looking
If they
at
have a
it,
better
this is the
compiler. Man,
like
I
apparently their compiler skips the PTX steps. Like sometimes, so what they do a lot of times is well, they're saying they're faster than PyTorch by 40%. That's,
I mean
we'll
that's
see.
gotta be like the thing is it's completely dependent on
Mm, the
speed
network.
up versus well it's not wait, they're comparing the eager mode.
hmm
Oh, so these guys just lie. Is that what this is?
Is that what they do? I
Yeah,
don't
they
know.
just lie because what they did is they wrote a graph where they compared their compile mode to PyTorch eager mode,
And PyTorch eager mode is not
not
is not
compiled.
Torch compile.
So they
Oh my
compared their
god.
compile to not compile.
Wait. No way.
That's what they
Oh
have.
no. Yeah, maybe this is not the thing you want to look at then. Yeah, I just saw this because I was like at a lightning meetup. No, one of the lightning guys showed me this.
Well, I mean, it's really easy to sell your stuff if you just frickin' do that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, 40% faster than PyTorch. Let's go.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
honestly one of the things I run into with PufferLib, where it's like, okay, you can't have it be 1000x faster, right? Like if you say
Yeah.
your software is 1000x faster, you're just lying.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's actually 1000 times faster.
Because you actually run it just to see.
It's actually 1000x faster.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
one time it actually is. It's like, look, yes, technically the baseline, like people were writing their M's in unoptimized Python, but that's not my
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah. Yeah. And in unoptimized, like a lot of for loops
God
Python.
awful Python, yeah. Like
Not even
Crafter,
NumPy.
oh man,
It's
it's
like.
like there's so much stuff that's just like wrong in ML. Like Crafter was written as like, oh yeah, it's supposed to be like a more faster than Atari, like it's supposed to be like a fast benchmark for whatever. It's literally slower than Atari, like
An
20x.
OpenAI's Atari?
Uh,
No, is that
no,
from
OpenAI.
OpenAI?
No.
Jim
This
is
is
from.
Danager's like Crafter and
Oh.
the original Python one. It runs like a
Uh-huh.
few hundred steps per second. It's awful.
Oh. Is it all just Python? Just
It's the
for loop
worst
after for
optimized
loop?
Python you've ever seen.
Oh
Yes.
my god.
It's like doing software. It's software rendering in Python loops. It's awful.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
I think after if once I get Boyd's going and it's
hmm
working well, I'm really interested in helping optimize stuff. That I
That
think
would
is
be
something that
very
would be
nice because I'm so sick of it. Like,
yeah,
I
I would love helping with that.
yeah, I wanted. So I guess the plans for me going forward. Obviously, there's business stuff that I have to do to like,
Mm-hmm.
servers ain't cheap. I just bought two tiny
Yes.
boxes. That's 50 grand.
Yes.
Um,
Yes. I'm surprised you bought them.
we
They're
needed
just
GPUs.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
needed GPUs, so I got us GPUs. But yeah, I want to get a lot more than that, right? I want to get like another 30 plus boxes for
Oh
behind
my
me.
god.
Not tiny boxes, mind you, but like single node stuff.
Yeah.
When the tariffs come down. So, I got to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that the company is doing well. But aside from that, the plans going forward, I'm going to spend after this release, I'm probably going to spend like a month just trying to go through all of the DeepMind papers and just everything algorithmically. I want to
Mm-hmm.
understand like everything that is out there that actually matters algorithmically in RL.
Oh.
Um, and I want to see like what of it actually matters for Puffer, so
Mm-hmm.
that we kind of like not only is Puffer the fastest, we have the best implementation, whatever, like across the board.
Right.
And then from there, I think like we kind of have RL in a really good spot because we have all of this like super optimized tooling. And then if we can
Right.
just like get whatever missing pieces of algorithms, I don't know if it means going to off policy. I don't know if it means having like scalable search where like you can
Mm-hmm.
have like MCTS rollouts if you want to. I don't know what it means yet, but that's kind of the
Uh-huh.
plan. And then like from there, it's pretty much if we have that, then it's like we should just be able to solve everyone's problems in industry and ideally make enough along the way to just fund all sorts of awesome research along this. That's kind of where my
Yeah.
head's at.
Yeah, and I'm guessing you're also like very in touch with the RL community and how they kind of view the library and how what they think of it.
I mean, a lot of the RL community is really isolated, to be honest. Like, I don't plug as much into the existing academic community at the moment because it's like it's very entrenched, and like
Mm-hmm.
there's a reason that RL has been stalled since 2019, and it largely has to do with the way that the academic community does research. I spent 5 years
Mm-hmm.
trying to change people's minds with the way I was developing neural MMO. It really like
Yeah.
people are really really stubborn. So like I kind of am just ignoring that entirely now with Puffer, and it's just look, I'm building these tools. At some point, it's like you're crazy not to use them with how much faster and how
Yeah.
much better stuff is. And if you still don't want to, that's on you, right? I'm like I'm not
Yeah.
I'm no longer
Uh-huh.
trying to change people's minds. It's more just like I'm building good stuff. We can solve your problems. Like we're getting people coming to us saying, "Hey, can you help us solve our problems now with all the stuff
Cool.
you've built?" And that's more my focus. I don't want to spend my time trying to convince people of things. I want to really just spend my time building the stuff more than anything.
Yeah, and well, it'll be cool though, like for people who do use your library, like
hmm
getting feedback and like I mean they can do that through issues, right? Through GitHub issues.
I mean, it's a lot easier to
Um,
get a hold of me than issues, right? I'm like, I stream all the dev.
I guess,
I'm
yeah.
all over
Yeah.
X and the Discord and everything. So it's
Yeah.
like, I try to make it very, very much like that when
Accessible.
I can. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I want to finish the boys. We'll get was running well. And yeah, I'm gonna probably go
Cool.
now, enjoy a bit of the sun that I have,
Oh yeah, it's Saturday.
and yeah,
Yeah. I will
and
be working
yeah,
on this for the rest of today. I get to go for a good long run in the morning tomorrow. That is my son.
cool. All right, I'm probably gonna be on later today,
Hmm,
so I guess I'll see you then.
cool. See you around. Bye.
Bye.
Cool. Couple quick things. First, get a fly. -1 fly. Do a couple quick sets. I'm gonna go launch some experiments, and then we will go from there. Man, having that equipment behind me is very convenient. I get like so much more exercise in throughout the day, even if like a compared to having it in a separate garage. I just get so much more exercise done. It's been great for my productivity. Fun. I don't know what you're doing on. I have no idea what you're doing, Jason. Onboard graphics are not going to do much of anything. Okay, so I remember here. I was attempting to figure out why Puffer Neural MMO is so much slower on the 4090. So this is, whoops. Oh. Okay, like this is fine, right? This is plenty fast. And then this is slow. $300K. It's 4.2 mil though. Okay. Now we're running the same model. 400 versus 700. Okay. This is genuinely just a card difference then. You get card diffed. The 30 or the 5090 is not this much faster, so I don't know why it's like this, but we can at least run an experiment with this. One thing. I don't even really want to run this, to be honest. Can I replicate this on my local? Yeah, that's about it. Okay, so it is just GPU diff. It's kind of weird. For some reason, it's just dramatically faster, this specific network is. So that's fine. Let me think how I want to integrate this with like, these new findings. Do I want to set like horizon length? I guess I could set like horizon length. I think you need to know 2 of 3, right? You need to know for how long you're going to roll out, how many agents you're going to have, or your batch size. So why don't I go back to local here? I add some like auto settings where like you can sweep over the horizon instead of the batch size, and it'll auto set batch size for you. And then we'll just make sure mini batch size always is something like sensible. We could do it that way. And we'll see if that gets us anything anything better. We should be able to go like substantially faster with this, right? We might have up to 4 cores. Do you think reinforcement learning algorithms can influence computer vision? It depends. It kind of depends on the context. Like, I'm sure people are already running like RL on VLMs and stuff. I mean, RL has been used in various contexts with like individual CV algorithms. So like, yes, it's just uncertain like in which capacities outside of like VLM stuff. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do here, we get out of this box. Not that far. Okay. And then I think what we'll do, industry people are actively using active learning for CV. Yeah. Actually, what the heck are people even calling that? Oh, this is kind of like self-selected curricula. Yeah, sure. So we do something like this, right? And now, instead of setting horizon auto, we set this to be like 64, I guess. I guess we could set this to be any number of things, right? What was the issue I even had sweeping this? Oh, it's that they had to match up, right? So you should be able to sweep 2 of these. So I think we do batch size auto makes more sense. And then this is like this goes to be like 64. And like what we'll probably end up doing here we'll probably end up like setting just some reasonable ranges for like params. And then sweep within those. And then if we hit the top end or the bottom end of the range at any point, we'll revisit. Go Pong. If we do like batch size is auto, yeah, so there that works. I mean, it's going to take forever to even get any stats. Want to go up to like 8x what we were doing before, maybe? This is like 14.8. If I go to like 4 here, that's like 64,000 freaking environments, though. It's a lot. That seems too much. But I mean, 32K forward pass size for very small nets. Like, kind of good. If I limit to this, if I say we're not going to go totally crazy, we can still hit 15 on this. Okay, I kind of like that. Because then if I make like the unit like, let's say I make it like a 4096, or even a 4096 maybe. And then I go like 8, 8, and 4 maybe. That'll also do it. If I auto the batch size, all I have to do is like min BPT horizon, right? We do like BPT horizon, let's say 32 times what? Oh, num m's actually. So the smallest would be 131. I could just do this. If I can just make like auto. Like auto. Okay. Then batch size. This is probably kind of jank, but I want to see if this does anything. So the idea is here is like this is going to make it so we can sweep stuff. Like I should just be able to do like num m's is 8. And it'll still run it on all the cores. So now what we should actually be able to do, we can just sweep number of cores, I guess, up to 8 cores maybe. So let's see if based on this, let's see if I can come up with like a new config sweep. We should leave update epochs on. The batch size actually doesn't get swept anymore. It just goes to auto. BPT Horizon does get swept or does not get swept. I guess it does get swept, right? Yeah. The min is going to be 32, 28. The mean 64. Minimum batch. This is gonna mess up the CUDA kernel though, isn't it? Because you need this to be at least like... I could say 128x32. No, but if the BPT Horizon is bigger, times... Could be 128. It could be like this, right? I mean... So there's got to be either a compromise or something here. Provided I want to keep doing it this way where, like, I disallow invalid combinations from even existing. Why don't we compromise? Like, you can go lower on BPT Horizon, just not higher, right? I'm pretty sure you can go lower. So why don't I do like this? We do 16 to 64. We'll set mean at 64, and if it stays here, we'll consider doing some other stuff. We'll do this one to 8192. We'll set the mean at 32K. And then like this should do stuff, right? And then sweep.train.total time steps. I think it's better to leave this out of the base config. Oh, no, I need it in there because of the way that carbs works, don't I? Lim from base. These anymore. Okay. So this should be able to go from 20 mil to like I don't know, 500 mil, I guess. Mean can be at 80 mil. We also need to sweep num m's, right? We do m or vec num. Hang on, it's num m's like this. Sweep.vec.num m's. Uniform pow2. Okay, so here's puffer breakout training ludicrously fast. You probably want the defaults to be like actually good though. So here it's training substantially slower, but it should actually optimize this way. Yeah. Interesting. I just ran this without sweeps. 312. Cool. So we will see, provided this actually evals. Looks like it does. We'll see if that does not crash or not. So that plus fixes to that should be, I think, all that would be required for speedrun stuff. So like, what is the fastest possible time that, or fastest possible solve time for a fixed environment? Because that should let us like, that should basically let us sweep into some ridiculous regimes. Might be a few other small things we'd want to fiddle with in the process of doing that, but I don't know. I think that should give us something good. So if I look back at the to-do list from this, see how we're doing on this. Got this pretty darn well cleaned up. Haven't done like a few of the small things here. This we're fine with. Env API warnings. Easy stuff. High quality sweeps. We're working on that. This is an ablation. Okay, so like we're pretty well set up to where I have the code mostly where I want it. There are a lot of like small little things to clean up. Then there's packaging work. But like the sweeps are getting to be in a spot where I'm actually happy with what we have. And we are going to be able to start like tuning the individual environments quite nicely, I'd say, based on this. There are a few gotchas still, but like this is a lot better. So I think then what I should do today, now that like while I wait for this to run, and I'll check back in on this every so often to make sure I fix any little crashes. I just do all like the small stuff today that I've been putting off. And then that'll put us in a better spot for doing the final experiments for everything as well. And then we'll have like all of next week pretty much to do that. And then it's blogs and release and packaging and all of that. Cool. That sounds good to me. I'm gonna just like walk around for a minute or two before we start on that. Provided that this is still going. And this is still going. And this is actually like producing reasonable results. So cool. All right, I'm gonna just go like walk around for a minute. Refocus, and then I'm gonna come back. We're gonna do all like the small stuff. And hopefully we'll get the release code into a spot where like I'm happier giving it to people to like use this for now. Be back. Okay. Here is the here's the plan. 2:33. Got like one small planned interruption. Got 3.5 hours right now. I want to get all the small stuff done so that afterwards, whoops. Afterwards, like Monday and whenever, we will, for the most part, be on to doing like final experiments and anything with that. There might be a few extra things with like AMP and terminals and whatever, but like and ablations. But for the most part, we're going to be doing experiments next week. We're going to be doing the packaging, docs, the blog, and we're going to try to not let this release drag on. It's got to be this month. Ideally within 2 weeks. We'll see. But yeah, we want to ship this. And depending on how good the sweeps are, we'll determine whether this is a 2.5 or a 3.0, since apparently that's how we do versioning nowadays. Dang it. Okay, we still have one thing to fix. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's an easy one, though. Okay, we'll see if that fixes it. I think that should be enough to fix that for now. Okay. Put this over here so we don't get confused. Start with puffer namespace. So this is just reformulating the previous namespace as a dictionary. I really liked that namespace, but I think it is better for the library not to have it. Look at that. It literally changes the value on you. Ridiculous. lib.py. Buff.observations. Total agents. That is on me, isn't it? Semaphores. Yeah, this is a slightly annoyingly large refactor for this, but... And, like, technically, if I wanted to, I could have kept this thing for internal use only. But I think it's better to, like, not. Okay, so there's Breakout running really fast. Just make sure it actually still runs with the original mini batch size trains. Uh-oh. That's not good, is it? That's not good at all. How the heck did I break it just in the process of doing this? Nah, hang on. Like, really? Oh, batch size. Eh. Yep, that's the original curve right there. Perfect. Okay. That eliminates namespace. Now we want to do is continuous, hidden size, RNN, all that stuff. So for is continuous, distribution's normal. You get rid of this. Play. That should get rid of that. LF is discrete. Yes. This is all correct. Typed code. But hidden size. Policy.hidden size. This is allowed because LSTM will have this. Spec env agents per batch doesn't exist in native envs. Just be total agents. So this eval thing is only for LSTM. Okay, that's it. So that should hopefully fix some stuff as well. Yep, still runs. Continuous policy action. What is the correct way to do this? You clip in the environment, I guess, right? The vec-env has to clip it? No. You have to clip in clean PufferLib, I think, right? Send to action. But actually, we can do this a little easier, can't we? If I just go up here, and then copy. Something like this, right? It's something like that. Hope to test that, of course. Can we do like continuous breakout or something? Continuous. Okay, so it's you gotta move this to something like this, maybe? It runs. Doesn't train anywhere near as well. Might need totally different params, but it runs. Now we have done, done, not really needed. NVPI warnings. You probably should do NVPI warnings. Messages. Hmm. Working on Super Mario Land. Fun. We should probably figure out how to bulletproof the env API a little bit, huh? For some reason, it doesn't feel like I'm ready to quite... What are, like, the other things? Like, it seems like there's an out-of-order issue happening. Not really, I should just be able to do that, right? It should just be a test. And required argc. I can write a quick test of that. Sons. One that doesn't have so many damn args. Oh wait, is frame skip set to 4 in this? I did not realize that. Well, that right there is where our perf difference is coming from, I guess. That's absolutely it right there. I don't know when that happened. Okay. Okay, so this just doesn't freaking do anything. So your unpack here is supposed to actually do something. I didn't pass frame skip. How is this supposed to do error checking? Okay, so you set the error string. And then you return null. So, I mean, this just, like, happily chugs through. Oh, wait. Hang on, maybe this is the wrong one. Oh, that's so bad, though. We don't want to allow optional params. Yeah, this is super bad. I'd way rather not support optional arguments from Python to C than make it ever possible to do that, right? Is that true? Let me think. Hey, Bet. How's it going? I'm just trying to figure out if, like, I can either support optional arguments, but, like, you're kind of screwed on the C side if you set them up wrong. Or I can just not support optional arguments to C. Oh, you're still sick? Yeah, I was just about to say, how do you keep getting sick? But alright, you have kids. Yeah, rip. Yeah, this is env binding. So basically what's happening right now is it's set up so that you can pass optional arguments. Like you can just pass arbitrary optional keywords. But the problem here well, hang on. No, this is still totally fine. You can still do optional arguments. Yeah, there's literally no trade-off here. I was just dumb. Okay, this is fine. I was just straight up dumb. That was just a bad decision. Not build? Oh. Double as expected. Env-binding.h. Has to be return 1. Yeah, we're not macroing this. We're just not. There we go. So I don't know if this is a correct traceback. System errors unintended. Well, it's not as nice of a traceback as you would like, is the thing. Like, it should be down here as a type error. Well, you can get nice tracebacks, you just have to do them, like, you have to return errors correctly. Can I check? Is there a way to check if an error is set? We can do pi error occurred. If pi error occurred. So that should have actually returned correctly. Are you refactoring GP? We already did. Okay, so we're still getting system error. Why don't we just put the breakpoint on this function? I don't think this is building. Force rebuilds literally everything. Oh, does VecInit just not call this? Like, am I dumb? It'll rebuild if I just remove the build file, obviously. But, like, duh. There we go. So that's what we're going for. There you go. So that's what a correct error is supposed to look like. Type error. Sounds good. So we can do something like this. Now our test works correctly. Oh. Hang on, shouldn't this like totally screw up? Oh yeah. There we go. Perfect. And now for missing arg, we'll do like this. Second, it requires 6 arguments. What in the heck? I don't know. It's very silly. Sometimes it's like you gotta, some folks gotta touch some grass, you know? What other stuff could we screw up here? Reset? Well, if you want to try to find stuff, that would be great. Yeah, so this one here, this is literally just missing the seed. You did not do a length check, dumbass. There we go. Num obs. What do you mean num obs? Okay, so this still seg faults. It's likely on vex step. Oh. That's harder to fix. Yeah, that's harder to fix because I'm just passing a pointer. And usually you don't even have the shape from C. Let me do the easy ones first, man. Like, this is gonna cover most of the common ones. Like, immediately. I got a random agent selection across N number of maps working. Do I sweep from here and see how good a policy I can get across 512 maps or whatever? Random selection, N maps. Do you have it so that you can have it, like, give me 512 agents worth of maps, right? Is that what you have? Like, I pick whatever number of agents, and we'll figure out how many M's to spawn. Yeah, so do that. Make sure that the different processes or different workers have, like, good seeds or whatever, so that they actually pick different maps. And then, like, just go do a run of... We usually do, like, 2048 double buffered, or, you know, however many buffers of agents. Maybe, like, 8192 or 4096 total agents, whatever ends up working. And then sweep that. Play with whatever workers get. Yep, that's what you should do. That is what you should do. Hopefully that'll get you a very nice driving policy in time for fancy new puffer. 15 million step per second pong. Maybe it takes 500 million steps to solve pong, but who cares when that's literally 30 seconds? 35 seconds for 500 million steps. 32. Oh yeah. D-type checks, huh? That's tough. I want all of these things, by the way, Bet. Like, these are all helpful, but I need to, like, let me finish the initial type check stuff first, and then I will be able to respond to those. Yeah, no, other people have hit that as well. That is a good one to find. And I will fix them. But you gotta let me write I gotta write the basic ass tests here first. Like, this is one of the very few things where it kind of actually makes sense to have a test, because if you don't have one, like, you don't actually get any error message, you just get seg fault. So... Proper handling of continuous actions. Appears to be doing things, but isn't. Yeah, continuous doesn't train out of the box. I don't know if you can sweep it or not. I did play with continuous breakout earlier today a little bit. Oh, I did that one earlier today as well, Bet. It's so if you specify a different range instead of like negative inf to inf or whatever, it should now clip for you. Yeah, it's like a 2-line fix. No, it doesn't auto flatten. Is it supposed to? I don't think it's supposed to auto flatten. You'd have to describe that. Give me like 4 minutes or however long it takes. I'm gonna finish this. This is gonna be quick. I'm gonna do a couple sets and then I will gladly go through all of these other things and like fix all of those. Like save those. Don't like dump those on me and forget about them. Okay, so something broke. Vex step. What is Vex step supposed to take? Oh, CMs. Duh. I think this is... I just didn't recompile, right? Oh. Oh. Okay. So, what we do here... It's kind of weird. One log per env, but you added perf log stuff, which tried to index env log of I. Proving it debugging, see? Well, I mean, it's like, I'm trying to make this stuff I'm trying to make this stuff more bulletproof, but it's just, it's a combination of things. Part of it is working with the devs version. Part of it is not having, like, the clean docs on how to write an env and all the assumptions I make. Like, you know, there's several things here. One log per env. We would really like to, you know, the thing that I would really like to have, which we just I haven't figured out how to do yet, is I'd like to be able to, like, have just the env code compiled with debug symbols. So, like, you should be able to get a full stack trace basically when something seg faults. And it's not always easy to get the full trace through Python, even though you can set breakpoints from Python. So that's what I have to figure out. Okay, so this just this. Yeah, that script is meant for you to not have to suffer just pure Python. Oh, okay, I have it right there. Back. I see. I'll buy there. still segfault? How the hell is this thing still segfaulting? Dang it, how do we do this then? Okay. We get into vec reset. Ref count split, blah, 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 blah. By long type. Bleh. Findings, Vec step. The hell? They didn't pass an argument. There gotta be some way to, like, figure it out before this, right? None. Is that it? So we don't have this, but still fucking seg faults. That's crazy. Yeah. Isn't there a meth 0? Why doesn't this just work, huh? Okay, I could have sworn I freaking tried that. But apparently not. My bad. Whatever. Ugh. Actually, if I don't set this error, what happens? Okay, so you do have to set the exception. Probably pretty decent. And okay. Cool. I used to have a love-hate relationship with Python until I looked into this. The API can build some fast and really cool. Yeah, it's like I don't really love the Python C API itself. It's just like a lot of boilerplate. I don't know, I think the C API could probably be better. It's nice that this, at least I can do this, and it's not like mandatory PyBind or something ridiculous. But, yeah. I guess practically, like, my best case scenario would just be that, like, if Torch had a C API, I would probably just, like, jam some Torch in pure C and be very happy with that. But given that researchers like Python and everyone likes Python and whatever, it's fine. I don't dislike Python. It's just I wish I could write more C and less Python. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna be back in just a minute or two, and then we will, if you're still here, we'll fix all those remaining issues, and then we'll have nice clean env API. Users will stop banging their heads against everything, and we will actually be able to do so. Okay, cool. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna do a few sets, and then I will be right back. All right. What do you have for me, Bet? All that stuff I said. What do you mean syntax? Oh yeah. So not actually, but the thing is, if you're not gonna type def the struct, you better understand what a type def. You can, but what you'd have to do like this would have to be defined. Env would have to be like struct breakout. Because if you don't type def it, then the type is not breakout, it's struct breakout. So like, you should just use the type defs unless you understand what a type def actually does, right? Well, what would you have me change it to though? Because like, I'm not gonna have it be struct by default. Because then every single place in your code that you want to type, you know, env or whatever, you have to type struct env. Wait, you would... how would you not realize this, Bet? Like, you would have to be... You'd have to have your env not type deft, and you'd have to be type defing everywhere. Hard to detect. I mean, I'm trying to think how I would test this. Switching one? But the thing is, you can't just switch one. Like, that's not even binding problem, right? Like, look, if I just go here, and I go to breakout.h, and I try to do this, right? So, this is not a puffer error, right? This is not in the bindings. This is like not knowing C. Right? Because you didn't define breakout, you defined... So, like, what would you have me do? Because it's not... Like, this is in no way an error that comes from the env binding or anything that I've done. Right? That's just straight up like you didn't know C. Like, yeah, I hit that a bunch before I learned what a type def does. Type def struct. This should work, right? Oh, so you would just have me do it like this? I could do that. But you'd still need this, like... You'd still need the client up here unless you move the client to the top. What do you mean it doesn't? Looks fixed to me. Same exact curve. You might have gotten it with sights on, because there was actually a problem with that with sights on. Do you remember specifically with the new API? No, like Python apparently has some issues with type defs. Like, I'll give you that. Log struct. Okay. Well, the client would need a forward declare unless I move it. Well, isn't that it? I just did. And it works. But I wouldn't mind moving this, to be honest. Yes, it was training that fast. Puffer is very fast. I can get this to like 8 mil. Will do. I believe that you got issues and that stuff was jank. I just don't know if it was like with Cython or something. That's slow? What do you mean that's slow? "32 seconds. No, 2.4, 2.5, 2.3, any of those are reasonable. Very good. You go check on what that is. All right, give me a minute. All right. Family got here early, but I got another hour 20-ish, and then I will be out at 6, and then maybe back on later. Hey, Bet. Welcome to all the YouTube folks. Actually, great time to mention, for all the folks watching, all this stuff is free and open source at puffer.ai. You can see all our demos. If you want to help me out for free, just start the repository. Really helps. If you want to get involved with development, just join the Discord. Most of our top contributors came in with no RL experience at all. And yeah, it's pretty, I'm not going to say easy, but it's doable to pick up. So you can join there and help us out and learn a bunch of AI stuff, and I'll contribute to research as well. Cool. Back to this. Yeah, do start the puffer. It helps us out a lot. Okay. Cartpole.py. Training runs appears to be functioning is actually silently failing. I see. Discord? Hello, Bet.
Yo. This'll be easier.
Yeah. What are we looking at? And Aaron also wants to chat on stuff.
Line 29, carpool.py dev branch.
Let me check one thing. That's so obnoxious. Default D type for NumPy's float 64.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it for Torch as well?
I don't know, but I frequently see actions as float 64s for whatever reason, so it could be.
All right. Float 32 in Torch. So NumPy is just insane. Freaking float 64 is default type.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
NumPy does not want you to have fast code.
Robots.
So, I mean, I understand why this happens, right? Like, you're passing a buffer of the wrong data type. I just don't know how the hell I check that, right?
It goes through PufferLib somewhere, doesn't it?
I guess I can just explicitly say no float 64s. That'll catch most issues, right?
True. I mean, I haven't had to use a float 64 yet.
Say something, Bet.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I think your audio is just quiet.
I'm too quiet.
I gotcha.
It's too damn
There. I have a mixer on my end.
yeah, just turn me up. I mean, mine's already at max gain.
All right. Folks can tell me if that's off. I've got
Testing, loud bet, quiet bet. Just right bet.
relatively reasonable bet, I think.
Great.
I think mine peaks more, but that's just how I talk.
No, your audio sounds great.
It better damn well sound great. The mic setup was not cheap.
Yeah, mine was. Well, you know, I bought it at the right price point, right?
Yeah, it's like a $500 mic. There's
Yeah,
no
not
right
bad.
price point.
Well, you're doing a little different streaming. I mean, the only streaming I have is Grok plays Pokemon, so
Yeah. I don't know. I figured I would just upgrade the setup for the new facility. I've got
not a bad idea.
the camera set up here and everything.
Yeah,
Sony
it,
ZVE10.
when you leave, it autofocuses on the stuff in the background too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's intentional. The only thing is I have to occasionally. I don't like the default ISO on it, so I occasionally like I have to like manually set the ISO, but everything else is fine.
Yeah.
All right, so actions. Maybe there's a way to get the type out of this.
I'm sure there is.
Check. Okay, so if I just go here and finding no? What do you mean no?
Who said no? Did I say no? I didn't say anything.
No, I mean like this. It doesn't break.
Yeah, no, it doesn't break. That's why I'm mentioning
It
it.
doesn't break point.
Oh, is it not going through there?
It damn well should be.
Are we ever passing structured actions?
Not with native M's.
So then it should be pretty easy.
Not really. Okay. How do we not get there? Bizarre. Bizarre. What? It just skipped over actions. Huh? How did it just skip this block of code? What? No. That's not how programming works. Oh, no, I'm dumb. Hang on. I just missed it. I can just do, hang on, maybe this will do it. We get actions. Let's see if this does anything. So what is it? Can cart pull?
Yeah, cart pull, or I imagine anything that you need to explicitly pass.
So it's this space here, this thing, or this actions. I guess this actions. Why is this even needed, man?
Not that. It's that. Yeah.
The space?
Self-dot actions equals the zero in it for self-dot
This
actions.
is supposed to get initialized for you,
It doesn't though.
right here.
I'm saying that knowing to put that line there is not something that people are going to know.
Well, this will just break. Like, this is just wrong.
With what did you change anything?
No, that's just been wrong. Like, it's...
What's wrong? What's wrong about it?
Well, if you multiprocess this thing, for instance, you're overwriting the buffer that's set by this.
It works.
You're training without terminals. You're just training with reward is my guess. It's still technically wrong. You got lucky, but it's wrong.
So you're saying even though there are terminals, they're not working, or?
Well, yeah, they're not hooked up to the buffer. You overwrote the buffer. I should probably, like, define set attribute to prevent you from doing this. I don't know.
So it's just lucky that it functions.
Yes. So, because look, self.actions exists, and it's of type int32. Which is kind of weird.
Int 32?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
But why?
Let me go freaking figure it out.
Perhaps that's why I have that line there.
Why is your single action space like this? Continuous is false. So that's why. So is the default D-type for box, like, screwy? Is that what we're dealing with here?
Default type for box should be that, actually. 432. Even though I have explicitly declared it there, so it doesn't really...
Okay, let's make sure that that is the case.
I remember asking GPT on one of my runs.
I got a bad right knee at the moment. It's pissing me off.
That's always the thing, Joseph. It's not one thing, it's another thing, but yep, the physical...
Well, and I'm getting a hot tub for here. That should be some good recovery.
Nice. Fucking hot tub.
That's the one thing, because I have one in California, and it just like the one thing I actually will use. It's like the one
No, it's good for recovery.
it's like the one like extra thing that I will actually use, and actually like that made a huge difference training for my 50K as well.
Yeah, no, good for recovery.
And then everyone's like, you got to take like cold plunge this. As just like, nope, screw that.
Well, if you're gonna do cold too, you gotta do hot. Hot, cold, both.
I think you're fine just doing hot. It worked perfectly well. So if I just delete this,
Yeah, delete it.
this will now work. But
It'll work.
for your
but it
case, I'm
doesn't
going to do
work.
this.
It'll look like it's working, but it's not working.
Hold on.
You
What?
float 64.
PufferLib.py. There you go. That's better, right?
Is it?
Yeah, because now you get an error.
Pass np.float32 buffer.
That's what you wanted, right?
You delete the line and rerun.
Hold on. Let me do it for both of these before I forget. A little bit of duplicated code, annoyingly. Okay, so I'm going to rebuild just to satisfy you here.
Yes. Although if you you touched the M binding, so yeah.
Boom. So this is a force rebuild. Rebuilds everything.
Yep. It wasn't just me who had that
Yeah.
issue too, by the way.
Now you get this error with float 64. If I delete this,
Yep.
missing keyword argument continuous.
Missing keyword argument continuous, but
So first of all, this was false by default.
continuous is true right there, is it not?
There you go. So note that these are all good error messages, right? Like those are all
agree.
like none of those are like jank backend things. Those are all intentional bot error
Well,
messages now.
What's happened here?
I don't know, but we actually get a reasonable error.
These are the hardest to fix.
Just do that feels like that could be fixed in Python.
Probably. Plot thickens.
We're not even getting to sample. Actions.
Terrifying.
Kind of annoying.
I just want to know how you fix it because I've done this before.
Oh, this?
I've done all this before.
Well,
Yeah.
because this is like very obvious what's happening to me. Like I know what's going on here. Like it's just that it's taking the space of action, action space dot shape, and because action space is a box, it actually has a shape. If you take a discrete, this will just be like an empty shape. So you'll collapse the last dimension, but that doesn't happen with a box. And that's just a difference in the Gymnasium API, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, the question is where do we go to fix it? Because it seems like whenever I try to fix it, it just flip flops.
Well, I mean, it's a choice. Like we have choices here, right?
I'll watch. Hey, Aaron.
No choices.
Hey,
No,
Aaron,
yeah, Aaron said no choices. Okay.
did you see the results? Pretty
No.
cool results. We trained Pong at 15 million steps per second, which is
Yeah, I
pretty
still have
cool.
to hear about that.
Nice. I'm getting 189-ish thousand steps per second.
That's
That's
not
good
an
for you.
amazing number of steps. That's like a kind of suboptimal, I would describe it as, number of steps per second, really. I would suggest increasing that.
You know, I'll see what I can do.
So will I.
Typical researcher.
Yeah. So far, it looks like LP is making no difference with the
Lovely.
new stuff.
Because we're saturating either way.
Yup.
I mean, that's kind of what happens when you saturate either way. So remember the stuff now where I said it's time to make like some new curriculum things and then run it over that? Probably that
Yeah. So
coupled with make it fast.
technically,
Yeah, plus tiny boxes.
We are in
so
stream, by the way.
technically, right now, that's fine.
Plus tiny boxes.
There is a very, very slight performance gain. In terms of like we shifted the curve to the left a little bit.
I mean, but to be fair, like the general trend of this has been every time we have an unoptimized baseline and you run it, yours does better. And then whenever we have
Yep.
an optimized baseline, it's like, well, okay, they both work, right?
Yep.
That's totally fine.
Which
That's a fine result.
which basically tells me that like all the curriculum learning stuff is good
Mhm.
whenever you haven't done a bunch of tuning.
Well, I mean, I think it's also possible here, right, that we like. I think it's possible that we make like the harder distribution or whatever, or like we try to get to like try to make it get to like way harder maps over time.
Yeah,
There could be something to that. There could definitely
for
be
sure.
something to that. The maze agents are kind of crazy though.
Yeah, that was wild.
We got
Oh, congratulations.
It's 0.9 on 40 on up to 48 by 48.
Nice.
Kind of ridiculous. And
Can I
it
use
trains
it?
fast.
Can I use it for Grok plays Pokemon? That's my only question.
You can use it to play Pokemon, and I guarantee you, if you like retune stuff with the latest puffer, you will way beat the current Pokemon Red. We can probably solve the game like several times faster now. I wouldn't be
If we're gonna
surprised.
just use, with an LM, you just call whatever tool you want. Okay, if I can convince it to call the maze solving tool, that should be a pretty easy way through dungeons.
Yeah, maybe.
You'd have to make a map that is
Yeah,
like
I'm
an
assuming.
exact port over from that maze. But
I've
then
literally made part of the map, so makes
yeah.
it perfect. Yes, I have the full version of the Pokemon map.
Yeah.
I gave Joseph some.
Oh, that's
cookies.
so obnoxious. Yeah, there isn't a fix for this. Sadly. No, it's not
That's
even my
pretty well
fault though.
fix
It's the Gymnasium API being shitty. I mean, hang on. Maybe let me try one other thing. Oh, nope. Nope, I messed up. Wait, how the hell did that happen?
The plot thickens.
Eh? Ah,
I see.
I see.
I
Yes, I
see.
see. Numpy have a squeeze.
Yes.
Access.
np.squeeze.
Discord can technically mix stuff, but I mostly have to mix things myself. So if Bet and Aaron are different, then I have to actually do that separately.
Oh, on the
Am I-
stream.
Am I
They
still too quiet?
completely are, my bad. Mike Aaron way the hell down.
Oh, is he super loud?
Yeah.
Mega Aaron.
Hey Aaron, how you
Sorry,
doing?
guys.
I might have mic'd you down too much.
Yep, perfect.
No problem. Just shut me up.
I might have just mic'd you down too much. Alright, we'll try that. People can yell at me
Yeah.
if it's bad.
Aaron testing, Aaron testing.
Testing, 1, 2. Joseph, congratulations.
Oh, is that official or is it? I haven't gotten an email. Is it just?
Official.
It is?
Waiting.
Oh, cool.
Well, I got an email saying accept,
Uh-oh.
and
Let me go
so
double check.
has
Check your email
so has
again,
a few
Joseph.
other people I know, and then also if you go into Open Review and go to the accepted pile, you're in there.
Oh. Okay, cool. Well, that's cool news. Yeah, PufferLib getting published. Cool.
So it's
Now,
official?
here's the question.
Hmm?
Are you coming back to Canada after we almost killed you last time?
Yeah,
I'm
that was my
considering
tonight.
it.
Who's gonna present?
I'm considering it. Like, I should. I have not run 1,500 miles like this year. If I get that again, to be clear, this time it would kill me. I'd just be dead.
Yeah, you possibly would. Yeah.
I'm pretty damn sure. I cannot. Well, I'm getting back to decent enough shape. I'm doing intervals at between 7 and 7:30 pace, so like 4 1-kilometer intervals on my interval day. I'm doing like decent 10K on the weekend. Lifts are way low, but that's mostly just because I've been trying to be really careful to not injure myself putting the strength back on.
Wise.
And I still have a screwed up knee that's mostly from the frickin' Florida roads. Suck.
Yeah, I have an ankle sleeve and a knee sleeve I wear.
Are you gonna just get yourself a treadmill
Treadmills are awful.
or elliptical then?
No, fuck that. I'm running out. I'm running outside at the moment.
Can you
Not
imagine
on roads
Justin
for the
being
most part.
full?
Oh, by the way, I found a very strange bug in your new puffer stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which is when you pass in args, it's just treating them all as strings.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's
at the moment,
that's
I just
Python. By the way, that's actually just Python being shit. That's been there. It's just Python sucks. I don't know what to tell you.
well, it wasn't treating them as strings previously.
I'm pretty sure it was because I've noticed that for a while.
like passing them in where?
at
So
the command
config,
line.
the thing is that config, like config parser, like Python's loader for that, it just there's no types on the bloody things.
Those are parsed as strings, no?
Yeah, it's just parsed as strings, and I have to do an AST literal eval.
Yeah,
to unpack it. It's
that's
dumb.
always been the case. Yeah.
Argparse can usually just take it, right?
It's not argparse, it's the ini files.
Ah.
There we go.
So arguably, a few things that I moved from argparse to ini files might now be wrong.
If you
Yeah.
want to do like an Omega config PR, by all means, there and do.
We don't use Omega Comp for any of our ends.
Yeah, there isn't one good solution. We visited it before.
Oh, I know. I've tried these things before in the past.
I'm pretty sure everyone has.
I guess there's a hack I could do.
I just want to see it work at this point. Just curious if you can make it work.
No, there's a hack I can do.
Hack, no hack. Wait, no, I might have been able to monkey patch it, but haven't seen this file in a while.
I suppose I should go into the stream.
I mean, if you want to.
I'm just trying to like madly fix things.
Yeah, if you have any new binding woes or bugs you've noticed or issues, now's the time. I've got a list for him.
Honestly, I just tried not to think about environment things currently.
The amount of engineering I have to do. My container, lovely.
Just edit box.py, remove the assert.
Everything works if you just remove all
Just get
checks.
rid of it. Yeah, just get rid of the checks.
Yeah. If it doesn't work, user error.
I do like that about Python. You can just go modify whatever source you want.
Not have. Oh, I know what that is.
Hot select an axis to squeeze out which has size not equal to 1.
If you want it perfectly flat, you can use flatten.
I don't.
Okay.
It's annoying.
Because actions don't match action space. Can't flatten a box.
I don't know.
Watch me.
I'll take your 3D box and project it to 2 dimensions. Take that, Flatland.
Yeah, exactly. You just manually handle it.
Okay. So this is where we do. Hey, boxing.
CPR code review.
Nice.
Is it with new bindings or is it with old bindings? Boxing. Okay. Is there anything crazy about the logging in there? Or is it going to be easy for me to refactor? Oh, it's not much. Just if you have some complicated, like, not terminal logging stuff going on, then it's a little trickier to handle. 1 log per M. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's not new. Snake does that. Arware does that. NMMO has that as well. So
That was this thing. Good. That buffer's off. Right, this stupid thing doesn't get called. So shouldn't this be like easy in serial at the very least? Bullshit.
serial does not help.
I figured out what we're gonna do.
Like Jason, I don't think we're going to be seeing Bert in PufferLib in the future at all. Probably. I'd be very surprised.
Nah, we don't. I don't. I think the name alone disqualifies it. I have this theory that all ML researchers either got stuck at like age 4 and naming things Elmo and Bert, or like age 14 and edgy as fuck.
I could believe that.
Yeah, apparently Bert is the most downloaded encoder on Hugging Face. 68 million plus monthly.
Damn, monthly.
Like, who's downloading that much?
Oh, this doesn't have action space. Great. Was it supposed to train with continuous?
Yeah, it trains properly with both discrete and continuous actions.
Sure. Because you weren't
Yes,
passing
I'm positive.
continuous correctly to it before.
It trains even better with continuous, if I dare say so myself.
All right, well, it's not training right now.
Whoa! Is that puffer animation new?
Yeah,
I
I got bored. Okay,
like that.
I got really bored.
As if he didn't have enough things he was doing.
No, it's good, but maybe we get to go
It was
turn
like
around
3
and go the
lines
other,
of code.
turn around and go the other way. When it gets to one side, it can just turn around and go back.
You can't turn the puffer around.
Is that some kind of Joseph's third idiom? Puffer cannot be turned.
Well,
Puffer only
it's
for me.
literally true. It's an emoji. Like, you can't flip emoji, I don't think.
I'm sure we can figure out how to flip an emoji.
If there's not a Unicode, a way to do it in Unicode, you just can't do it.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, emoji are directional as far as I'm aware. Unless, like, there'd have to be a way to render text backwards as well, right?
Yeah, there is.
Right. So this works. I'm a little bit suspicious of the part pull working because, like, it doesn't seem to work with continuous or discrete.
Was that a continuous breakout policy there?
No. But it doesn't work with
Are you-
discrete either. So,
I mean, that score seems pretty high now. 854.
well, breakout works, but cart pull doesn't.
No, that's solved for breakout. That number.
Mhm.
Cart pull should be going to.
Now, you can probably go check and see if I broke anything, but I don't think that what I just did would have.
Well, put back in my my thing that I had in there. The flow 32.
Actions? I can check the
Yeah,
D type. It's going to be float 32, though. Or in 32 if it's continuous is off.
well, if it's an int, then that's the wrong
Not
D
for
type.
discrete. Isn't discrete supposed to be an int?
Discrete is a float in cart pull.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, you're going to have to... Is a float.
I thought it is. Cart pull.h. Yeah, they're floats. Float action. Oh, yeah. Action.
I'm not doing anything. Oh, no, there it is. Cool. Can't train slower now.
Right. So back
The
to where we
score is
started.
going up to... It shouldn't be able to... Oh, wait, that's breakout.
The cart's going crazy.
Okay, so that solves instantly. And then what continuous true is supposed to solve?
Boom, solved.
Is it shorter on... Well, something's weird there.
Something's weird with the continuous now.
Alright. I may have broken continuous. I'm giving you this to fix while I chat with Aaron.
Wait. Now it's solving. All right.
Just like check the data that I'm passing around and make sure it's like. That will fix the flatten thing though.
Cool. There's more too. Whenever you're.
Well, I gotta chat with Aaron here.
Yep. Do it.
What's up, Aaron?
Oh, not much. Just like I mentioned, the LP stuff is
All right, we can take a
uh,
look at that.
no longer providing much, which is, as we said, fine considering we optimized for this.
This graph
Yeah.
is
sent you
LP
graph.
the bright green one.
Yep.
Yeah, this is fine. That's a fine result.
I'm just running more at the moment.
Is
Oh, small thing I noticed last night.
Yep.
When I get to the end of training,
Mhm.
The function is just hanging.
So the sweep dot you have to define sweep dot metric, and it has to match the metric that you want to use for evaluation.
I didn't put this on sweep yet.
You still need the metric. So the thing that it does is
Okay.
it tries to get. I should do something about this. Let me add a to do. So here's the thing. It's going to try to run until it gets some stats back on the metric that you tell it. So if that metric doesn't exist, then it just won't ever get it.
Gotcha.
So I think the default is like score. So if you don't have score, then it's just gonna hang forever.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the main issue. Is there any way we can fix that ridiculous egg fault? Like,
So the next things I was about to start running was switching back to multiprocessing and see if that seg fault is still here with the push up to release.
okay,
I imagine it is, but
probably.
also maybe it's not.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to figure that thing out because, like, we need to be training at reasonable speeds. Also, I told you I'm getting I think I told you I'm getting tiny boxes, right?
Yes.
So we're gonna have a 12 GPUs to throw at things, 6 per box. I'm hoping that this actually motivates them to optimize their code because, like, it's not gonna we're gonna cap out at 2 GPUs with the way that their code is right now.
Honestly, we could probably cap out at 1.
Maybe it does. They end bottleneck pretty hard sometimes. It depends how fast the cores are, and neural MMO is not going to bottleneck. We're kind of just gonna full send that. Also, based on like recent stuff, I do think it's quite possible to have architectures that are like way faster than some of the defaults that we have now. Like, I think we could get neural MMO training at 1 to 2 million steps per second, maybe even higher, on 1 GPU. So I think we could get over 10 mil optimized on 6. And I mean, at that point, we can do trillion step runs.
Damn.
I think that that might be over the scale of Dota at that point, right? Like, in
I actually
terms of
don't remember what
experience.
the x-axis was on Dota, but
It was big.
it was big. I think that's probably comparable to the experience in Xland as well.
They didn't have a trillion axis, did they?
So their axis itself wasn't a trillion, but their whole thing was population based.
Well, you split your experience over all the. I don't know. Anyways, I think we
And
just like shred everything, and that would actually be with a real policy. Like, I think we can do that with like a 512 hidden LSTM.
oh damn.
Yeah, it turns out that the conv encoder is just really slow. Like, I can get neural MMO to 1.8 million steps per second without that conv encoder.
A conv encoder should just be a single matrix multiply though, if they've set it up right.
I don't know. It's weird. But anyways, like I think that with some optimization, it is possible. Now the thing is, I've kind of spent a ton of time doing optimization, so I don't know if that's going to be the immediate next thing.
Yeah.
I really want this damn update shipped already. It's been too long.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to just like fix all the little things, get sweeps done, get like new environments checked in with good baselines, all that stuff, and then we'll have the release, which will be either 2.5 or 3.0, depending on how good the sweeps are.
Makes sense.
And yeah, then it's gonna be like spend month on hard algorithms, I think, which is right up your alley.
Yep.
So we can do that. And then I think after that I come back and do perf. And I find some time to like run a company somewhere in the middle of those two things. Speaking of which though, like I think the results that we've gotten from the sweeps have been pretty solid, like 2.5 in 300 mil in 10 minutes.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
Like I was looking at their curves the other day just to
Yeah, we
get a
shred,
sense of
right?
theirs, and oh, we crushed them.
Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of cool that like this is kind of what I do when it's like when you let me just do shit my way and like you just like wait a while. Eventually, I just like will come back with something like this. So I think that they should be happy with that. Um, but like I really
And
have to
then
be able to do all the stuff the way I want to for that to happen.
yeah, and you think they'll be fine with LP being like, hey, it worked in the unoptimized case and it didn't really do much in the optimized case?
No, I think that what we should do is we should now. I think that you can beat these current curves, but I think that the way to do it is the thing that we discussed originally, where what you should do is you should go look at some of the variables in that config, you should tie some of them together into like a resource density or difficulty or whatever, okay? And then you should LP that. So you only have like a couple like dimensions, if you will, of scaling, and then you LP that.
Yeah. So I tied together a bunch of the params,
Mhm.
and we are LPing over that currently.
Oh, so that's already what this experiment is?
Yes,
Then let's see the config.
that is here. The right place to grab this is here. So I tied together shared resource cooldown, generator cooldown, and alter cooldowns. Obviously, I can tie together more things or break other things apart.
Let me see what these are. So there's cooldowns. So the score should look very different at low cooldown. Right? If you set cooldown to 1, you just immediately like the score should go off the charts.
So in there, right, these are pretty binary options right here. It's either like 50 or 100 or 25 or 50. We can blow that up,
So
add more things that
okay.
way.
So wait, this is but like I'm confused with the curve you sent me because is that an eval curve? Like because the train curve should look very different. Like with something like this, if you're sampling 0 cooldown, like the score for those maps should be 100 or something, like 100 hearts or something ridiculous.
So this is yeah, these are the train curves on these samples. I think their sampling probably is built to not hit that lower bound of 0, so that means it's just 50 or 100 or 25 or 50. And in those
Is
cases,
it?
I don't think this is making a bunch of difference. I think so. I haven't checked that in a minute.
Okay, I would look at that and like
Because
make sure that this makes sense because yeah, and it also should be more granular because this really isn't giving you a lot of curriculum at all. With resource
yes.
generator and alter. So like Source cooldown. And this is percent or something? What is this?
You know, I never really fully understood what that was, whether it was a percent or whether it was
Oh,
like a
wait.
step cooldown.
Isn't this because 50 or 100 is massive? That's a massive cooldown.
Yeah.
So wait, if this is supposed to be 0, cooldown 50 or 100, like, huh?
Well, I think it's just 50 or 100. I think that 0 isn't
Well, but like the
included.
cooldown is the original cooldowns, weren't they way lower than that?
No. I took the original cooldown, which have sampling 0, 100, 50, and just tied them together and moved them up.
Have sampling. Oh, because their original domain randomization had this.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you scroll a little bit further down, actually, let me just tell you which.
Yeah, I ran my
So if-
baseline that I beat their domain one. Like, I just ran it on their default. It doesn't even have domain randomization.
Yeah. So if you look at the lasery option on that one, I didn't tie it in there, and so that's an example of the alter cooldown one, and that's how they set it up in there as well. So the rest of these were just matched to that.
So is that just like 10 or 20?
Again, I believe so. I haven't actually been sure on that. But there are other things, right, that we can also tie together, like tie together health, for instance.
They're immortal right now, aren't they, though? Okay, so the cooldowns are actually 50 or 20, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand the eval curves then. Oh, wait, actually, maybe I do? Because, wait. Because basically this says then that, like, let's say half your maps end up at, like, 50 and half end up at 100. You either have the normal difficulty or ridiculously hard.
Correct.
So LP should stop sampling stuff when it learns fully, right?
Unless you start forgetting, and then it will start resampling that.
So I think we want to go lower and higher, maybe.
Sure.
And then we should also verify this is doing anything. Like, it's probably not. It's very suspicious to me that those curves are on top of each other, basically. When like 100 is a way harder env. So like, is it actually solving harder envs, or
So
is something free?
So I keep track of all of the envs, curves on all the individual envs as well, and they're all going up. It's solving
Are
everything.
they comparable? Like, are there some like with the hundreds that are like way like lower, or?
Let me check real quick. I think they're all just sort of similar in scale and scope.
Well, they shouldn't be, because there's a massive difference in difficulty. Like, the curve should not even be close. So I'm a little suspicious. Like, is this getting applied correctly?
If it's not getting applied correctly, that's some problem with how their stuff handles it then. Because this was supposed to just integrate.
I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, I would not assume that they have correct stuff there. Like, you should definitely, like, load up some maps and look at them.
Yeah. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll make these more granular and
Go sanity checks and stuff. Like, watch, like, go like update, or at least like load up the end, watch them, see if like these actually seem to be doing anything.
Yeah.
You can also, like, these are just cooldowns, right? This doesn't even mess with like the number that are on the map.
Correct.
That's a big one. Like density, general density. That would be a good one to do, right? So I
So,
would try to
like,
have like I just have like a variable that's like cooldown that just like multiplies all the cooldowns, right? I would have a
Yeah.
variable that's like, density that multiplies all the densities. And like maybe that's it.
agents maybe.
You could do number of agents, sure. But maybe not, because that's not going to be fun vectorization wise.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not going to be fun to do with vectorization. So I'd keep the agents and then like make sure it's actually doing what you think, like loaded up the renderer, that type of thing.
I will say there is no density argument in their YAML.
No, what you'd have to do is, I guess, is it a total pain to like overwrite stuff in their config once they load it, or no? Because like what I would do is, right, like you'd sample their
It's
stuff.
okay.
Like you would just sample a density and then just set all the like multiply all of the base values by that density.
Sure.
That's probably what I would go for. And like, yeah, I mean, I think the thing for you is like, see if you can get them some cool LP result, right? Like, I think that like if
Okay.
you can show it, like, if you can show it like working on harder maps or something, that like maybe if I train on those, like if I just train on the originals, like it doesn't work on those maps or something. Like if you can show some like you're just trying to show like some cool new learning with LP. And like it seems like it should be doable because your curves have been consistently on top of all the unoptimized ones. So it seems like it's just waiting for the opportunity, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. So
There's your
I
task.
will. Yeah, I'll start tearing apart their things and sort of find a setting that breaks them.
Yeah, that'd be a good start. Yeah, I mean, you can even do this type of thing you did with the mazes before, right? Where like most of the M's are hard and some of them aren't.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yes, I can set up something like that.
Hard
I
is
can
high
think of a
hard is high
decent way.
cooldown and like a resource or whatever,
Yeah.
or like a few resources.
Yep. Or I could even just like push down things like some of these reward values.
Lowering rewards to make things harder is kind of artificial, I would say. You kind of want to have like you want optimized rewards for whatever the problem is, I would think.
Typically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like the goal here is practical use, like something practical, right? So like if you can show like the thing working on like harder distributions or something, like that would be cool. Because the idea here is that you don't actually know what's a hard map and what's an easy map, and like maybe they just don't have a lot of variety in their PCG right now, right? Like I'd be willing to bet that's the case. It's like Neural MMO. You probably won't get much by randomizing maps on Neural MMO alone, because like the maps are big and all the diversity that you're going to see is pretty much already in one big map.
That makes sense.
So I think it's probably something similar, where like if you want to actually get something out of LP, you need to make the maps meaningfully different, and that means like cooldown difference. That means like resource density difference. You're actually going to have to like mess with some stuff to get that to work.
Sounds good.
And then make sure when you load it up that you actually are seeing like low density, high density maps and stuff.
Cool.
Cool. All
Sounds
right.
good.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye.
Bye.
Joseph,
right.
Joseph, how do you run training in the release branch?
Clean PufferLib.
So I thought. Cannot import name _C from PufferLib.
You have
yes,
to
it's the
compile.
thing that I hit the other day.
Yeah, so you have to. The thing with that. Let me show you. It's really annoying. I have to
Yeah,
fix this. It's just gonna take me a while. So
Pip install or
no, so this C extensions you build with this, okay, and then you change this to torch extensions and uncomment this command class, and you build again.
yeah, my bad.
You only have to do this once though, and then it'll have the kernel. But you need to have it built this way for the kernel. And the thing is, you can't have it do both because this command class will break the C compilation.
Sounds
It's a pain.
slightly finicky.
All right. Anything else for me to check, Bet? So there's more stuff.
There was float check for logs. Do you have a float check? Or
That one I actually legitimately don't know how I would do.
Can't you just check them in M binding?
I can't introspect the type of the struct as far as I'm aware. I can cast to a float. That would be decent enough.
Yeah, that doesn't fix it
It
though.
kind of
It'll just
fixes it a little bit.
break differently.
It'll be harder to break it at least.
Well, I mean, if you're using you're going to be using maybe an int accidentally, but if you're casting it to a float, it's not necessarily going to be the
I think I
proper
already
data.
did this here.
Well, I know there's a comment in there. Right there, iterates over logs one float at a time will break horribly if log has a non-float data, but that's assuming people read comments.
Well, it actually... So technically, if you have an int, it wouldn't break. It'll only break if you have a different size type. Because it's iterating over the bytes in the log, you see?
Yeah, I feel like it's a potential pitfall.
It absolutely is, but like, what do I do about it?
I don't know.
There's no way for me to check the types that you have in your log. I can document this for sure. Like, I can make a one-page doc thing in the new, how to make a puffer env.
I'll have to think about that one.
But you see the issue though, right? I can't introspect the types of a struct in C. As far as I'm aware.
No, I don't think you're able to either.
I did put that cast in there though on the float so that at least it should average. So hopefully if you define it as an int, it's still 4 bytes, so you should be okay. If you put like a char or something, you're screwed.
Right, of course.
I thought ints were 16 bytes. No, bits.
Ints are 4 bytes, 32 bits. Short is
Yeah.
16 bits, 2 bytes.
Engineer.
I like building things.
Yeah, I mean there are the 2 PRs that I have open. Yes.
Oh, perfect. I will go
Snake
take a quick
or-
look. I don't know if I have time to do full merges right now though, because I gotta get
Okay.
dinner. I may be able to come back after dinner for a bit though and do those.
Sure, we could do it after or whatever is next, but we're gonna have to get those taken care of at some point and tested too. Like I was just running Rware and it wasn't working, but I can't tell if it's a local hardware versus box hardware issue or if it is a
Which day? This works?
right there. There's local triple triad new bind dev and then the local snake. Yeah. Look at the files change, yeah, not the commits, because the commits makes it look like I've put in a bunch of crap in the env binding, which I have not done.
Yeah, so that's a clean one. I am going to have to do like a jank thing when I merge, because I'm going to have to merge the release branch back in. So I might wait to merge these until then. I have to merge the release branch in.
Yeah.
Or I have to pull these into release branch alternatively. Cool. Thank you though. These look good. These will get into the release. It's just a matter of like when I move things together.
Yep, you're welcome. I assume that you're just merging things or putting
Well,
things in
it's
release
just I've
branch.
sliced and diced literally everything. Like you can see here, the clean PufferLib files completely.
Yes, I can see.
So first of all, we're at 880 actual lines for everything. Wild.
Where'd all the lines go?
Me aggressively like pruning and optimizing stuff.
Can you explain the 15 million SPS real quick?
Yeah, 5090 is happy with very large mini batch
You like
sizes for small networks, and
Su-
very large
super,
batch sizes.
super mega batch? How big of a batch fits on the?
I think I did like 4 million batch, 130K mini batch or something, with like 32 or 64,000 Ms.
Damn.
But the crazy thing is, it actually trained. Like Pong actually trained with default params on that in 30. It's like 35 seconds, I think. So
Yeah,
like,
my advice is
not
keep the
even
mini batch
optimized
small.
params, hypers at all for that new scale. 35 seconds.
If
500 million steps, but 35 seconds.
If you have the mini batch, small enough, usually it works even with a massive batch. If you get the mini batch too big, you get speed, but you get also not training.
But this time it worked with 131K.
131K mini batch.
Yes, that's the crazy thing.
That's a
you
batch,
have to
my
have the
guy.
right
That's
time
not a
for
mini
that, I
batch
think.
anymore.
What's that, Aaron?
That's not a mini batch anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty wild. That's good. If we're gonna get Dota numbers though, shouldn't we be getting Dota results?
We are starting to get some crazy results. Oh.
Vibe code is building anything hard. I mean,
Duh.
if you think debugging a giant LLM mess is hard, then yes, all of them are.
Kind of obvious cell phone.
Yep.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna go run over to dinner, since my family's here. And then I'm gonna see if I probably should be able to just be back after dinner. Depends how I'm feeling, but get another
we
bit of
gotta
work
do?
in. I'm trying to think though, because I can't really merge these. Let's just check real quick on our sweep. Did this fail? I think this failed. $63. That's annoying.
It's a weird
Oh.
number.
Cool. We'll see if that does anything. Okay, so for the folks watching at the moment, I will see if I'm back after dinner. Get a few more things done. That's how it's going. Puffer.ai for all the things. It's all free and open source code. If you want to help me out for free, start the repo. If you want to get involved with dev, join the Discord. And also follow me on X for more RL content. So thanks, and